back. Now what the fuck is up? Pimp C back. Now what the fuck is up? They hollering Pimp C back. Now what the fuck is up? Pimp C back. They hollering Pimp C back. Now what? To today's show is Player Talk Radio. Yeah, man, we in the building, man. Look, man, giving y'all some real game. We still in the mix. You know what I'm saying? We still doing our thing, man. It's Player Talk Radio. Let me give a huge shout out to everybody in the building. You know what I'm saying? If you in the building, hit the subscribe button before you hit that poll. You know how this goes. We stream constantly, so make sure you hit the subscribe button because I'm stopping a lot of y'all, even the trolls, from doom scrolling, all right? Because y'all be on here doom scrolling. And we got some stuff going on, all right? We're going to talk about some real shit on today's show, man. Shout out to Devilish Dog. What up, player? There's a couple trolls in here, man. Shout outs to my bro, Bronze Flat Power God. Shout outs to the lovely sister in the building. What's going on? Always sparkling. How you doing, love? That's my brother, Bronze Flat Power God on the check-in, man. Shout outs to my brother Love. If you ain't subscribed to Brother Love, you don't love yourself, man. That's just plain and simple, man. Brother Love in the building. What's going on, Tyler? Let me tell y'all something, man. I wanted to talk about, oh shit, happy birthday to brother. Oh shit, hold on, man. Listen, man. Y'all, listen. I need y'all to spam the chat. I need y'all to spam the chat with birthday cakes for my brother Love. Hold on. Let me get it. Hold on. What's going on, Tam? I need y'all to spam the chat with birthday cakes for Brother Love, man. Oh shit, it's a good day. So it's a player holiday, man. Yes, sir. Happy birthday, Brother Love, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to the Brother Love show. If you're catching this on the replay or if you're catching this live, my bad, my voice is a little bit wonky. You know what I'm saying? I'm a bit under the weather, but we'll get over it together. All right, man. Shout out to my brother Love. Happy birthday to the Brother Love show in the building, man. Yeah, happy birthday. Thank you, Tam. Happy birthday, man. Happy birthday, man. Bro, I swear, my bad, y'all. Bro, I swear, every time I start the show, some shit always happens with the fucking connection, man. So yeah, we back, man. My shout outs to everybody here. Happy birthday to my brother Love. Make sure y'all hit his his subscription and go subscribe to him. I've been damn, that shit just threw me off. You said what's going on, Joiner? I wonder, vote for a man who is racist. Bro, everybody's racist, even you. You know. I wanted to tell y'all something, man. Like I said, the last 24 hours have been crazy, man. I got kidnapped. You know what I'm saying? I got, I was supposed to do this show last night, and I ended up doing it today. You did. Let me tell y'all something, man. You have a lot of pretentious people in this world. It's like really crazy. You know, I'm a millennial, right? That paid attention. And what I mean by paid attention, I'm talking about, nigga, I paid attention. You know, if you listen to me long enough, hit that subscribe button. I got a lot more knowledge than the average person. I'm a bit of an enigma, right? I'm not trying to hype myself up playing on the, pretentious part that I'm talking about. What I mean is that I got a wealth full of knowledge and experience and things that I've done, where if you've ever done things or experienced or just know about certain things, just even upon conversation, you can tell. You know what I'm saying? And if you really can't, you may have to sharpen up on some of the skills that you believe that you may have, And it's not me trying to, I get nothing out of proving somebody stupid, If you're dumb, you're dumb. That's a given. One thing's for sure and two things for certain, we all gonna die anyway. So if you're dumb, you're dumb. I can't help you with that. You can listen to me and try to become a little bit more sharper, but I can't help you with that. You understand what I'm saying? And me, myself, even sometimes when I be hearing shit, I start believing that shit. I ain't gonna lie. What's crazy and nobody talks about it, and they like, and I got a whole show coming up on this stuff about chick crack. Capricorns, to a certain degree, we are bipolar in a different way. A lot of zodiac signs are bipolar, quadpolar, even tripolar, right? Follow what I'm telling y'all. So I get asked like a lot of stupid questions on the day-to-day basis. First of all, I'm doing something right in my life to be able to be asked advanced questions, or not even just advanced questions, just questions in general. But a lot of the questions that I get, asked or emailed or sent to me, or even when I'm talking to people off air, they're loaded, and I know why they're loaded. And like, for example, people was talking to me about some pickup artist shit, and I'm like, well, are you a pickup artist? He's like, no. Do you understand what pickup artists do? No. And it's like, okay, so why are you asking about it? You don't, you're not into it. Like you're asking questions, and I get it. But if you're not gonna do it, if you don't know what you're talking about, what's the point of having a conversation with you? Makes no sense talking to you, especially about this. I gotta teach before we can even actually have a real conversation. And it's not me being a know-it-all. It's not me thinking that I'm better than somebody. It's none of that. People don't even be knowing where half the stuff that I be talking about stems from. I be telling y'all, but niggas don't listen. and niggas have fucked up comprehension skills, right? But I get asked like questions, you know, oh, the pickup artist and blah blah blah, and I'm like, you know, I sit back and I'm like, y'all, a lot of niggas are so dense. Like, you know what that shit really is, right? It's not about no women. It's not about sex. It's not about none of that stuff. When you get into certain things, even being a player, I'm gonna tell you some real shit. You're literally running a social experiment. You know, y'all, man. Listen, I done forgot better shit than people have ever thought of. You know, you're literally just running a social experiment. Everybody on here, even the content creators, you want to know what you're doing overall? And I'm gonna tell you the truth, even if it comes from a business perspective, right? And it comes from a top executive level, right? You're running a social experiment. A lot of y'all be running with this red pill shit and you're not even red pill, because a red pill nigga can't even talk to you about no red pill shit if it's on his mind, right? Let me give you some game. What platform am I on right now? I'm on YouTube, right? We also are streaming on Kick, and we also are streaming on Rumble. All right, but I'm on YouTube, right? Biggest platform in the world. Shout outs to YouTube, right? Now check this out. To the new people coming in here, we're new to each other. But the thought process is that we're new. Okay? People ask me, oh, well, Kuda, you know, what, you know, why you keep telling people to make a channel? Why you keep, because most people that just own any type of social media, you're a content creator and you don't even realize it. If you're going to be shit posting, somebody smart would say, well, at least monetize that. If you're going to be making statuses or stealing statuses from other people and making them on Facebook or whatever, somebody should have told you. To monetize that. Now, one thing I learned when I was out there running routines, gambits, and all this other stuff on women, and I was a player, like I said, prior to this, you know, being a pickup artist is just something that I just, for shits and giggles, threw in my toolbox, and I learned a great deal from it, right? Is that all of this shit is a social experiment. For example, I fired up my show and play music like I usually do, right? You know, doing pre-checks, audio pre-checks, everything and stuff like that, getting my screen together, monitor and everything and stuff like that, just to give y'all a show. Working with broken equipment. I'm working with broken equipment, mind you. So y'all hit the like button and support the show, because I'm giving y'all some real shit, right? Shout outs to Devilish Dog. This is the first comment. Second comment. Did he stream? And I'm telling you, if y'all been watching the shows, I've been telling you what the hell all of this shit is. See, y'all don't have to think about this. Y'all just, a lot of y'all are just viewers, you know. Y'all just go on to the next stream. Y'all don't really think about shit like this. But think about what I'm telling you. And these are white people making these Diddy jokes. And let me tell you something. You want to know how I know what I'm talking about? The internet makes the world smaller. Internet makes the world smaller. And it's white people perpetuating and pushing all these Diddy jokes. And 9 times out of 10, when you go look up a Diddy video, it's gonna be a white man telling you about Diddy. And I'm not trying to make this a race thing, but I gotta show you, and I gotta show you what I gotta show you what I'm telling you, right? Look at this idiot right here. Diddy farted in my mouth. Like it been like 5, 6, 7, 8 live streams I done came on, even barefaced and told y'all, bro, y'all gotta up y'all racism or your lexicon. Like, you know, it's white people pushing these Diddy jokes. White people. And let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all how dumb and delusional niggas be and shit like that. You gotta understand when you see certain things, right? You gotta learn how to read the room. So they say. Why are there a bunch of white people making Diddy jokes? Did Diddy do something to a white guy? Why is it? White people love Diddy. Even though Diddy did push a pro-black agenda, vote or die, and all this other stuff, what did Diddy do to them? He pissed somebody higher up off. We're going to get back into the Jaguar rights stuff, too. We're going to get into all of that. Because if you've been watching Player Talk Radio, and if you're new here and you're a subscriber, I appreciate you. Other than being a subscriber, I would love for you to become a supporter. Take this to new levels, right? But I'm going to tell you something real. Whenever you see stuff like this, even though it's a joke or whatever, or it comes off as a joke, they're on code. See, a lot of y'all ain't comedians. You understand what I'm saying? I like how a lot of people like to come to YouTube and try to tell content creators what to do. You're new to me. I'm new to you. But I'm not new to YouTube. You understand what I'm saying? On a different caliber. When you go to a comedy show, right? And rest in peace to Patrice O'Neal. When you go to a comedy show, you don't tell the comedian how to tell his jokes. Nigga, if you don't sit your stupid ass down in the fucking audience and just laugh, if it's funny. Most people don't understand jokes. Comedians are intellectual people to a certain degree. Not even. They're very smart people. Because other than the rapper, because see, you can say a lot of, you know, crazy shit over a beat. You know, if the beat's kicking and it's flowing, people be like, yeah, all that crazy shit this nigga said. Yeah. But a comedian, nah. There's no beat. There's no none of that, right? Comedians are truth tellers, but they have to tell the truth to you in a way that it doesn't upset you. It triggers another response, which is, you know, the opposite of the response that it should trigger. You know, they will, and honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm gonna be 100 with you. It builds a complex. You know, if you're laughing at something that you kind of should be wary about or on guard about, or I'm not even going to say crying, but crying about, right? It builds a different type of complexes. What comedians do essentially is they get paid to tell the truth. So in the world of comedy now, when they set up jokes or they do jokes, they give you the setup, which is like the background. It's like a briefing. They set the circumstances, storytelling, and then they hit you with the truth. In the world of comedy, if you want to say punchline or truth, you'd be correct by saying both, because the punchline is the truth. See, people aren't as unique as they think they are. Somebody can tell you the truth and know they're gonna get a response out of you, come on, man. You're unique like everybody else. Now, a lot of people won't get the joke, just like a lot of people won't get this line of conversation. But it is what it is. They tell the truth. Telling the truth. And I will say this: a lot of people don't like if you just tell the truth, just straight up, just raw, just they like glitter on it. They like to make shit shine. They want you to make shit shine. Dave Chappelle recently masterfully have done this when he where he got like a lot of people to start laughing the whole time. It's like if you ever dealt with like sales, right? To get people to buy your products, right? Sometimes you have to do this yes model, getting people to say yes 3 times with fluidity. It's fluent. It's like yes. It's usually when people say yes at least 2 times, they're looking to say yes again, because a no would break the chain. A no will break the chain. There's models for how controlled people are. Models. Keep that tab open. Multi-threading, y'all. Catch up. So, if you can't go to a comedy show and tell a comedian how to tell his jokes, you got like I said with Patrice O'Neal, people used to walk out of the room and try to steal the air out of the room, and they try to tell comedians, hey, what they should say and stuff like that, when they should just shut up and just sit down and just listen to the fucking show. If you sit in the front row, yes, there's a good chance you're gonna get roasted. There's a good chance you're gonna get roasted. But you know what comedians do? They go out and they try new material. They see what joke hits. They tell a joke a million different times, a million different ways, just to see what's the best way to tell that joke. Or certain jokes, they're kidded. Like they're it's like a kid. It's like, okay, I know how to tell that joke because I know how it should be said to get a response. Earlier, I told you we're on a platform called YouTube. We're also on a platform called Kick, and we're also on a platform, I'm giving y'all $1 million worth of games, by the way, called Rumble, right? But guess what? Guess what Kick and Rumble don't have? Kick and Rumble, they have a platform, but their motto for now, this is what I'm telling you, years in the game do count. Their motto for now is, yo, you can be free over here. Yo, you can play your video games. Yo, you can say or be a little bit more unhinged over here. YouTube has been doing this for so long that their model kind of caters to what the world wants, or not even. It creates a precedent of what the world wants. Y'all niggas are jumbled and amazed by shock content. And I'm going to tell you the truth. And anybody in the medical field or just living life or anything can tell you, if you have to be shocked to do something, you are more sheep as you think. You know what they do with sheep? They shave the sheep's wool. They shave the wool off the sheep, right? To expose the sheep's bare skin. And then you know what they do after they do shit like that? Speaking of being shot, they take like a electric baton because it can touch the sheep's skin. You know, that wool that they shaved off that sheep can't channel electricity like that. But they hit the sheep with the electric baton. They gotta shock the damn sheep. What does that got to do with anything, Kuda? I'm telling you. Nigga, it takes what it takes to get y'all attention. The same thing it takes to get a damn sheep's attention. Yet you got grown-ass men, women, that don't believe that they're sheep. Sheeple is what people call them. So, what does that got to do with what I'm talking about? Well, got a lot to do with what I'm talking about. As a YouTuber or YouTuber or a foundational YouTubian, right? Just like pickup artistry, I'm running a social experiment. Because after a while, when you start really getting into pickup and you understand what you're doing social experiments. No different than a comedian, no different than anybody else. And even if you take what you're doing seriously, I need you to look at it from a social experiment lens. Why are all of these white people coming in here talking about Diddy? Just even the topics and stuff that y'all are talking about. They get a ruse out of seeing black. Hey, yo, and let me tell y'all something too, because I didn't expect this to happen. Like, off the no bullshit, sidebar. Yo, remember when I was telling y'all how was, yo, I be knowing what the fuck I'm talking about. Y'all pay attention to what I'm about to tell y'all. Remember how I was telling y'all how white people are just they're getting weird with it. Like, they're just abnormally, because this is a real social experiment and it's another facet of life, right? How like they're like, why are these white people coming out of nowhere making all these Diddy jokes and trying to incite and ramp up black people to really like talk shit and go against Diddy or whatever, even though he is guilty, but for whatever reason, I'm like, yo, remember I gave y'all the example of like Michael Vick and like all of these little stories and stuff like that. Like, why do certain like white people have like an interest in that shit? And remember, I was throwing, and I've been doing this for like more than a month now, years actually. And remember how I threw out like, yo, why don't they say anything about Hugh Hefner? Where's the Epstein list? Where's the details about Epstein? Where's the Epstein baby oil? Why don't they talk about Ozzy Osbourne or some of these drummers and athletes and white athletes and all these other dudes that do the same exact thing? Why does it have to make money putting a lens on what black men do? You got some white boys out here that will make Diddy look like a church girl, just based off the vile shit that they do and the lascivious shit that they do, right? And it was weird. Like, I don't know why this country singer kept coming up in my name, in my head, but I was just trying to name white people off the top of my head. That I'm not, and it's not to push racism or nothing like that. But remember, I kept saying Garth Brooks. Out of nowhere, I kept saying Garth Brooks, and even in my head, I'm like, Kuda, why are you saying Garth Brooks, bro? Tell me why within the last 48 hours, Now Garth Brooks got a sexual. My bad, Garth. I don't know. I don't know if I spoke it into reality. Shit, I need to speak some other things into reality. I need a Phantom. I need a Musain. Bro, Garth Brooks now is getting prosecuted for some type of sexual assault. We're going to look into that on today's show. Y'all hit the like button, subscribe, man. Give me 1 second. Let me catch up on these comments. But anyway, getting back to what I'm telling y'all. Look at this social experiments. Jasper County Sheriff, which is a white man. Diddy farted in my mouth. DJ Kuda is a predator. Mind you, he came on my channel. Watch your kids. $1 million views. You might not mean no harm, but bro, who? What are you talking about, and who are you talking to, bro? And I'm telling you this. I'm telling you, when you really go outside and really have applied yourself and do social experiments, such as being a content creator, right? And it is definitely a good song. Shout outs to Mr. Center of Gravity. You know, let me tell you about my brother though. You get all the information that you need. And in the world, you know what it's called? It's called checking the temperature. You just checking the temperature. A lot of people don't got shit to do, y'all. A lot of people ain't got shit going on. I be watching these little videos and stuff like that about these dudes walking up and down Figueroa and all these places and going in the hoods and stuff like that. Interviewing people and asking people questions and shit. Like, you don't gotta do all of that. Even in shit, you can get endless content in Middle America. Meth mouth. Humans, we're not as smart as we think we are. Technology, we're not as advanced as we think we are. Think about it. You go somewhere, you get drunk, and then play this game of, can I make it home safe? Humans. Some of y'all drunk right now. That's why y'all typing this bullshit in my chat. Humans. Y'all hit the Cash App. $ PTV 888. That's $ PTV 888. We need to get them likes up. Make sure you subscribe before you even hit that poll to tell me who you voting for before we get into the topic of today's show. Now, we're not as advanced as we think we are. If you go to middle America, nigga, you can get all the fucking content you want. Why do people do drugs? Motherfuckers are bored. They're bored. They don't have shit to do. They're bored. Most people are going to follow. They're bored. Why do people troll and doom scroll and do all that? They're bored. Shout outs to Tam. Shout outs to Tom. Shout outs to Tyler. Let me catch up on y'all. What's going on? What's going on? Jersey Mike. Fuck Donald Trump and Diddy. Another white guy. Okay. No puffy poofs. Another white guy. See? I'm Mexican. Okay. White Hispanic. Stephen said, I got nothing to say about Diddy. I'm just saying, I mean, what I'm saying is, y'all got all these people, 120 people came out of nowhere and they're going against Diddy. Like, what is all this stuff? Like, can y'all prove anything? Can y'all prove anything? You got a nigga with a pig in his name saying, I just had grilled cat and dog sandwich. Delicious, thanks face. Trump lost, my G. Benjamin, you might be black. Diddy deserves that shit. Epstein literally died. Diddy 2024. Griffin talking politics is wild. Why wouldn't Griffin talk politics? You need to come to the band, man. Y'all think y'all know something, man. All right, let's get into the game. I want y'all to pay, and all my wrench holders in my chat. I want y'all to pay attention. I want y'all to pay attention. These are the people that's in the world. Imagine. Listen to what y'all see on the show, y'all. Because some of y'all are aspiring content creators, and some of y'all are content creators yourself. I want y'all. That's why I took this half an hour before we get into the hour mark. I want y'all to pay attention, right? Imagine using your phone or device to say some shit like this. Imagine having the unmitigated gall to even be on the fucking computer and be like, man, let me make a dry Diddy joke in this man's comment section to see what he says. But prior to me making this stupid ass joke, I was doom scrolling. And prior to that, guess what? I was doom scrolling and making the same stupid joke. I know y'all niggas just be copy and pasting at this point. Cause nigga, if you type that shit over and over again, I know life ain't going well for you, man. This shit is fucking wild, man. Imagine being the troll going around on the and not even imagine being barefaced going around on the internet making Diddy jokes. And imagine somebody laughing for a slight second and be like, okay, what is he getting charged with? I don't know. I'm just gonna share you a link from YouTube. I'm just gonna show you what some other YouTuber says. Now let's go back to the beginning where I started this whole soliloquy, right? That's why I said I'm glad I'm a millennial to a certain degree. And my Gen Zs that got their heads on their shoulders, they can, and not Gen Zs, my bad. My Gen X that got their head on their shoulders, I want y'all to pay attention to what I'm about to say. About to say some revolutionary shit. Hit the Cash App. You've seen niggas being delusional with radio. I'm a DJ, by the way. You've seen niggas being delusional with music. You've seen niggas being delusional with television. You've seen niggas being delusional with what, your beepers, the text message. And now you're watching niggas getting delusioned with YouTube and the internet. And whatever app they subscribe to or got in a bullshit device. Because I'm telling you, the phone, the cell phone, is an external organ. Y'all don't want to believe me. It's an external organ. A nigga will have insurance on his cell phone, but not on himself. A nigga will have insurance on his cell phone, but not on his heart or his liver. The cell phone is an external organ. So I'm already light years ahead of what niggas is talking about. And you have to factor in how much time people spend on their phone. I be looking at, listen, all of this shit, a lot of this shit that y'all talking about can be dispelled if y'all just go outside. But guess what? People can go outside and guess what they on when they outside? Cell phone. People want to sedate themselves. Guess what? When you're watching TV, y'all niggas be watching The Penguin. That's the show everybody's talking about now. Everybody's talking about the damn Penguin. I haven't watched TV in like 15 years. Most of y'all niggas watching that shit on your cell phone. And if you're watching it on TV, while you're watching it on TV, what's in arm's reach? Other than the remote, probably. Your fucking cell phone. You know what's about to be big and about to fuck the world up again? And you want to know? Where y'all niggas gonna start getting your information? Your glasses. Men can be confused by what they see because men are visual creatures. Reason why the cell phone got a lot of foothold over a lot of you niggas is because you're staring at a screen. You're using your naked eye to stare at a screen. And what they got coming out next is even crazier, which is glasses. It's glasses. They got the glasses being bigger than the phone, because in the future they can correct your sight. Some of y'all want to put headphones in, but guess what? The glasses got headphones. They got speakers. It's going to be able to interact with a whole bunch of different things around it, like just like Terminator. You did? T. Smith, shout outs to you, player. Been rocking with me for a good minute. What'd he say? A bunch of distractions to me. The Diddy thing is definitely Trump and Harris. Biden screwed up. FEMA used up all the funds. The hurricane victims need it. Yeah, and I heard like a lot of people are going on strike. Grizz from the H, what are you talking about? What you talking about, family? You said no stereotyping, racism, none of that shit coming from my direction, G. Keep giving game, bruh. Gotta get outside and breathe. Real jump. Yeah, man. Shout outs to Grizz from the H. Hey, I appreciate you, broski. I appreciate that. We're gonna start doing call-in shows too. You know what I'm saying? You know, real player right there. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. And that's my, like, people be like, yo, Kuda, man, you're bad at YouTube. You feel like, I'm like, nigga, shut up, man. You don't know what the hell you talking about, man. My niche is people that got a knack for real information. That's my niche. People be like, oh, well, Kuda, you gotta make car videos, or Kuda, you gotta show us Thailand, and Kuda, you gotta, man, if you don't get the fuck out of my face. It's always some nigga that never contributes or they just fishing for free content. Always. Been doing YouTube for a long time. So pardon me if, everybody like, oh, well, I'm mad at Kuda because he doesn't listen, right? As if you can listen to everything people tell you. You mad at a nigga that got a filtering system. You can't listen to everything that people tell you. Have some type of filtering system. And if that man can say some thought-provoking shit that can get through your filter, then yeah, you take what he's talking about, or you take it with a grain of salt. Got a lot of dudes that never had a YouTube channel, never talked to nobody. Nobody listens to them, trying to tell you what you should do as a YouTuber. And I'm like, bro, I run this social experiment every fucking day. I know how the world works just as much as the world believes it knows how itself works. The world don't know how it works. See, you got to do things in your life to be that nigga to be walking around with that type of information. Or if it's been bestowed on you, you got to learn how to take it and do things with that type of information. As a content creator, I can't even look to other content creators because I would have to point out some shit that they probably haven't seen. Yo, have you paid attention to this? Have you noticed this? See? I got an idiot in my chat. Be humble. Nigga, I'm humble than a motherfucker. I'm humble as shit. Sounds like a special ed meeting. Look at this. You see? This nigga says, tell your guys stop zapping bullshit. Nigga, your name is Anal Texter. You're an idiot by trade. Mr. Anal Man, you little freaky man. You a little nasty little texting ass nigga. I got something for you, man. Take your ass to the band section. What else we gonna be talking about today? Y'all hit the subscribe button. And even if I blocked you, hit the subscribe button with your bitch ass. All right, hey, let's get into it, man. It's Player Talk Radio. Another thing y'all niggas don't understand, politics. Where my brother War Master at, man? He be making sense of nonsense. Because you know what the hell he talking about. Yeah, fucking booty lover. Black people, yeah, I know. Imagine banning people, right? Imagine being Janny Clips, right? Right? Imagine that, Janny. Huh? Imagine that. Imagine that, Janny. Yeah. You can imagine your ass being banned too. Notice how I'm banning these people, but the number ain't go down. Sit your ass in the nosebleeds. You gotta put people on ice, y'all. Imagine that. Imagine coming to a random YouTuber's channel and telling him how to run his YouTube channel when you doom scrolled and clicked on his channel. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine that. I ain't gonna lie, I just saw a thick ass Indian woman walk by. I ain't even gonna. Lord have mercy. Brothers, we must stay focused. All right. Anyway, give me 1 second, y'all. Oh, god damn it, JJ. Get your weak ass Diddy jokes out of here, bro. Y'all niggas in this Diddy shit. I want black people to wake up and pay attention to this Diddy shit. That's why I like niggas from the old school. Cause you know what a nigga from the old school would do? He'd laugh with white people and kind of shuck and jive and coon it up a little bit. But then after a while, niggas from the old school would be like, yo, so why you so invested, white boy? You know? Makes you almost think like, yo, is he cooning or is he rocking that nigga to sleep for real? You know what I'm saying? Why are these white people making Diddy jokes? But then I think about it over the years, Diddy has stepped on white people's toes. White people gave Diddy a bag. And he has stepped on their toes. You know, the voter die shit. I think that was the Obama election. I don't know. But the Sean John kind of was like a FUBU thing. Like, why are y'all white people so invested in fucking Diddy jokes? When y'all motherfuckers was the main one at the party. Y'all be white people at Diddy parties. They probably mad at him about Justin Bieber or some shit like that. What's going on, JR? Bro, do not come in here with some goddamn cult of personality talking about some what does the color of the person matter, bro? It doesn't make no stop it, bro. Y'all not and then y'all gotta update y'all gaslighting, bro. Like this like people be like, oh, he ignorant. No, you're taboo racist and it's dumb. Like, if you're a good racist, I'd give you your kudos. I'd be like, that nice one. It didn't get past me, but nice one. Color does matter. Man, shut the fuck up, man. Y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Color does matter. Shut up. White does control everything, but color matters, man. Respectfully, man. Y'all gotta stop with that bullshit. Okay, and he probably did kill Biggie. And look, you could be a cult of personality in the nosebleeds with the other people, man. Shut your big cult of personality. Cult of if you don't get your ass up out of here. I like how y'all niggas be thinking y'all talking to somebody new and shit like that. Go play with your kids, bro. Stop playing with me, man. Creep cam. Anyway, I'm creep camming y'all. Cult of personality. Yeah, white controls everything, man. Ryan says Jesse Lee Peterson taught me that Black Lives Matters would have been started by fat black lesbians. Whenever I say this, people say, bro, Black Lives Matters is funded by George Soros. Okay? It's funded by George Soros. And black women are embezzling money with it, okay? Stop. Okay? Black Lives Matter popped up after Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson went down, okay? They didn't even went down. They just folded. They just faded to the back because they made a lot of money. Black Lives Matter is the structure that is set up for the modern world, which is basically ambulance chasing. Okay, so all you got to do is just sit around in your city and wait till you hear some sirens and chase the next ambulance. That's going to be a black man's body. Black Lives Matter feeds off the death of black men and occasionally black women. Black Lives Matter is bullshit. Black people don't even own Black Lives Matter. God damn. Get it through your head, man. Y'all got to get this shit. Yeah, shout outs to Ryan. Yeah, definitely soak up this game because I'm giving y'all some real shit, man. Black Lives Matter. It's a money grab. See, when your kid dies, right? And Al Sharpton and Reverend Jesse Jackson shows up on your porch step, you know you finna get a check. It's fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. It's fucked up. I never said it wasn't fucked up. You know what I'm saying? I'm just as shocked. You know. But if you go look at Black history is fucked up. You got to be a certain type of nigga to fucking read Black history. Honestly, you got to be a certain type of nigga to read human history. Honestly. And you got to have a certain type of mindset. I can't even tell you to be black pill because if you go on YouTube, if you go on the internet, because y'all just go on YouTube. YouTube is the biggest search engine, right? Aside from Google. That's why Google owns YouTube. Most people that searching for shit can't read. And it doesn't even matter if you can read. Most people can't comprehend what they've read. And let me tell you something. If you ever read some good shit, you ever read a book and you like, damn, I'm gonna have to read this book over and over again because you know yourself and you like, man, I gotta have this shit sink into my carpet fabric, nigga. Cause there's some good game. Right? That's what I am. That's why I need y'all to subscribe to the channel. That's what I am, right? Subscribe before y'all hit that poll. Let me give y'all some game. Colin, I will drop the link and your ass can come up here and explain it better than I can. Stay in your place, all right? Now, y'all are past the age of the internet. Y'all are past the age of information. We are in this is going to be the longest age in the internet. Y'all are in the age now of misinformation. You got people repeating shit and they don't care. Like, and y'all need to understand like the real life, like real life, like, you know, because some of the stuff that we do on here have real life implications. And when you hear people or you listen to what they're talking about, or the consistency of, you know, of what they're saying, you know, these people are bringing their real lives to the internet. You're using the internet to experience real life and don't even understand it. It's called getting wrapped up. In the streets, we call it being strung out. Right? And you're bombarded by information. You will come here and listen to some good information, right? A lot of y'all use it for entertainment, but you don't even know what entertainment consists of. You know, a lot of y'all don't know what entertainment consists of. You know, what you call entertainment, other people will call education. What you call this, other people will call that. You know, the world is different. You know, but the thing is that right after you guys, listen to some good information, you will screw it up by bombarding. It's like a bitch putting sugar in spaghetti. Like you will screw it up by bombarding yourself with misinformation, because there's more information. There's more misinformation than good information. So think about it like this, right? What's going on, DB Cooper? Y'all hit the subscribe button before y'all hit that poll, because I'm about to read over the poll real quick, all right? We need a lot of votes, all right? Run it up. Y'all hit the hype button, like the show, share the show on your page, all right? Listen to what I'm about to tell y'all, right? About to lace y'all, right? Let's say you a little diabolical ass nigga, right? Right? You diabolical. And you don't like the truth. Like a lot of people don't like the truth. You don't even have to be diabolical to not like the truth, right? Let's say you need to thwart information, right? You need to thwart information, because you have the lie and then you have the truth. The lie, right, makes its way around the world 1 billion times before the truth has a chance to get up and put its pants on. Okay? What would be the cause of pumping misinformation? Well, you have the lie and the truth. Not everybody has a reaction to the truth, but a lot of people will understand the truth. But you can't control people's behavior. Or can you? You actually can. But if you want to thwart the truth, you can just flood people with misinformation. Just have more misinformation accessible than the truth. Not because you want to thwart people or you individually studied everybody. You know that after this person watches a video, whether it contains the truth or not, they're going to watch another video that contains lies in it and not do nothing, right? It's called doom scrolling. Right? So it doesn't even matter if somebody listens to the truth. It doesn't even bother you if somebody listens to the truth. Actually, it makes them more. It makes them more usable if you listen to the truth, and then you turn around and cover it up with a bunch of lies. People love doing that. There's a shock value in doing that. So you don't even care that people get exposed to the truth because you know, well, this person's on YouTube. He about to go watch another video. He's just gonna be bombarded with it's set and forget. When YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, which is Instagram also, a couple years ago went down for a good minute, and people were wondering why they're mad. That shit ain't about no fucking money. That shit is about information. That shit is about information. Information is worth more than money. Information is worth more than money. Because information will save you money. Yo, don't go buy gold from him. He puts a tax on him, on his gold. Go buy gold over here, and it saves you money. That's information. Support the channel. That's why I'm giving y'all the game, right? So when YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook went down, they wasn't mad that they lost no fucking money. They were mad because they lost information. I don't give a fuck about the money. If I know how long you are on YouTube by looking at analytics, because my computer captured how long you stay on YouTube, I know where you at. Virtually. And I know what you're doing with your time. I don't give a fuck if you at work. I don't give a damn if you in your house. You could be at church. That information is valuable. You spend 50 hours a week on YouTube. Now, what other information is valuable once you got that information? What do you watch? How long do you watch it? Do you just watch it or do you type? Do you just watch it or do you type? Or do you interact? Do you go up on a panel? Do you that's more important than any type of money. Your time is like Bitcoin. Your time is like Bitcoin. Your time is literally a commodity. Literally, and if it ain't a commodity to you, nigga, you really about to get used. You understand what I'm saying? If it ain't a commodity to you, you really about to get used. You know? Yeah, Ryan, make sure you subscribe, bro. Yeah, man, you soaking up this game. I appreciate that. Analytics are not a highly flawed instrument of measure. It's not. And you know who don't look at analytics? The viewers. YouTubers will look at their analytics. Actually, there's a method of YouTubing that y'all don't know shit about where you got to cut off your analytics. Don't look at it. Just do your thing. Because you start worrying about a whole bunch of other things. No, Archibald, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Analytics are not absolutely flawed. Can they be flawed? Of course. Anything can be manipulated. But you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know how to read analytics. You don't know what you're talking about. I can just tell. You don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about sports. Like, come on, bro. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. That's all measurements, man. All of that shit you're talking about is measurements. Almanacs and all that other goofball shit. It's all measurements. All right? And it don't matter. When you're talking about sports, it don't matter what type of stats people have. How they perform on the field can be something completely different. But analytics, when it comes down to you using your phone, you watching certain videos, how you behave and stuff like that, these are not even analytics at this point that we're talking about. We're talking about choices. You understand that, Archibald? We're talking about choices. It's not analytics. It's not flawed. A choice ain't flawed. What are you talking about? Bro, you make your choices and your choices make you. What are you talking about? Of course you can fake analytics. Oh, I didn't spend 7 hours on YouTube. I actually spent 5. We get that. But I'm not talking about the numbers. Listen, I'm a YouTuber. I know about numbers. That's why I laugh at y'all. Be like, this person got this amount of subscribers. So what? He can have 1 million tomorrow. What you gonna say then? This person only got this amount of views. So what? He can have 1 billion tomorrow. What you gonna say then? I play past the analytics. I'm a player, bro. I play past the analytics. It's not the analytics. What they're really gauging is a choice. But if you spent 20 hours doing something and you have a repeated pattern, that's a choice. That's why they're coming up with meta and all this other stuff, because you want to know why? I've been doing this for a long time. I know what men want. I speak man fluently. A lot of niggas want to live a different type of life than what they live. A lot of women want to do the same thing. You are a superstar. Women became a superstar on social media way before men have. It's just that now that we getting our chance in the sun, we acting a tomfoolery with it and don't know what to do with it. Oh, you wasn't ready for that. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, man. We're gonna have to unpack that. Hit the like button, y'all. Support the show at $PTV888. If you got a question that you want to get read, you can send it to me via Cash App. $PTV888. Shout outs to my mods. Shout outs to the wrench holders. Make sure you guys hit the like button, share the show. Wrench gang. Shout out to my foundational YouTubians. Hit the Cash App at $PTV888. That's $PTV888. Don't forget to wish Brother Love a happy birthday. All right. At the 1 hour and 30 mark, we're gonna get into the debate. You know. You don't even know what the hell I said, Archibald. It's okay, man. It's okay, man. Stick around, man. You'll come around. Stick around. It'll be okay, bro. Shout outs to everybody. We got 18 votes on the poll. 61% says Trump. Damn, that's a jump from last week. 6% says Cornel West. We got more people voting for these nuts than Cornel West, and we got Kamala at 22%. Or Kamala. Sounds like you just regurgitate stuff you see on. Nigga, I am online. I'm a content creator, and it's not stuff that I regurgitate. Okay. All right. I'll do this. I'll do you one better. Because you about to prove a point that I talked about before your ass even got in here. See? Y'all be turning yourselves into packs. Archibald. Since you know it all, tell me 2 things analytical, right? And yeah. Watch this flat power guy. Watch this. Archibald, and he about to Google this also. talking about something you seen on the internet. Shut up, nigga. Tell me 2 things that YouTubers need to pay attention to being a YouTuber while they're running their channel. Tell me 2 things. Watch this, Bronze. Tell me 2 things that YouTubers need to pay attention to. 2 things. 2 pieces of analytical data that YouTubers need to pay attention to. Tell me 2 of them. And why? And don't turn yourself into a pack, because you about to Google it. Take it a little long to respond. All right. See? You don't know what the fuck he talking about. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all gotta be careful. You can't just listen to anybody just say what the fuck they want to say. I should come on your channel and be able to chat and say what the hell you want to say. We don't need that. I've been telling y'all for a long time. We don't need to have a chat. We don't even need to respond to the chat. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. You just on the internet. When I found you, and this is no disrespect, but when I found you, Archibald, you were listening to me. I wasn't listening to you. But for some reason, a lot of dudes and trolls and shit, y'all get mad because nobody listens to y'all. Then y'all would get mad when a YouTuber tells you to go start your own YouTube channel. What's going on, Snake Pit? Shout out to you, man. Hit that subscribe button, player. You would get mad when I tell you to go start a YouTube channel. And go talk to yourself for a couple of hours before somebody can even think of, nigga, go start a YouTube channel, right? And you know what you can do? You can take the link from your YouTube channel, right? And share it to everybody in your phone, and you still won't get no viewers. Your friends don't even want to hear you talk about no bullshit, bro. I'm not listening to what you're saying, Archibald. You don't know what you're talking about, respectfully. If you want, we can have a conversation about it. I'm open to that, but I know you ain't gonna take that up. You just said you're a letter on YouTube. All right, respectfully. All right, we're past the hour and 31 minute mark. Y'all hit the subscribe button, support the show. Yeah, you don't need nobody to view you. Got you. Y'all all y'all niggas say the same shit. Anyway, you just talk, bro. Hold on. That's this stream. You all y'all do is y'all get on here and talk, but y'all want to insult somebody that actually gets on here and speaks. Y'all talk too much, man. And y'all not content creators. I'm not about to argue with you about analytics. Half the people that's talking about analytics don't even know how to read analytics. It's like, you know what it is? You know what it is, y'all arguing with somebody about analytics? Is arguing with people it's like arguing with stat buffs. You know, most people will throw out these stats of 4 out of 5. Stats have to be unpacked. You got to break them down. Those numbers that you see, they're just a representative of what's going on. You got to break it down to really understand what you're talking about, you know? Like, if y'all listen to them little weird-ass black pill dudes, they'd be like, oh, man, the top 20% guys get women and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? When it's really 30. You know, you gotta be really vigilant when you hear people, because you know what a stat is to a certain degree. If you let it go too far and you keep believing in certain things, it's an anomaly. Whether it's good or bad, it's an anomaly. And if you don't know how to unpack certain things and break certain things down, even if it is true, you won't understand why. You won't understand why. So when it comes down to analytics, it's like bookkeeping. You gotta, okay, well, from what I know, see, a lot of people are relying on the internet for worldly experience. So they don't have a filter system in their brain where it's like, okay, let me take what's being said to me and run it through what I know. They don't. Most people don't know how to take things with a grain of salt. You understand what I'm saying? So I need y'all to be diligent and on point when y'all are soaking up this game and understand. And if I say something that sounds off, I mean, test it. Test it or ask a question. Hopefully, it's not a dumb question, and I'm not in a mad mood. But when you soaking up this game, you have to have a filter system, man. You got to be like, okay, from what I know, could this be true? And how true is this? But that's the thing, though, Ryan. The world does not want to live in reality. This is why they're dumping millions of dollars into Meta. You're using a virtual world to simulate the real world, and it doesn't work like that. See, the virtual world simulates the real world on the back end. Like when I was a kid, right? Growing up playing like Final Fantasy and all these like different little video games and stuff like that. And I'm watching all of these different systems and stuff and watching people create some of these video games. This is way before the Unreal Engine, right? I'm like, damn, look at these advanced houses and buildings and stuff like that they got on Final Fantasy and stuff like that. Like, damn, it would be crazy if that was a real thing. But see, that stimulated my imagination because it was fantasy. Here I am, a kid, playing a game called Final Fantasy, watching these great structures and just to even get the story off this world that they make in they build, right, for you. Whether it's dystopian, whether it's eccentric, and I'm fascinated. And I look at it and I'm like, damn, that's cool. I wonder how they did that. I wonder what life would be like. It's basically they're painting the world of the main character, right? And then later on, growing up, you realize, oh, there's something called a 3D printer that can do the same thing that I saw developers do. Like video games are ahead of their time. Architects and all these people, they're learning from even video game designers and stuff, what dimensions and certain things that they use to make some of these figures. And then you start looking at it now. That's what the world is going into. I look at recently I've ran down the camping rabbit hole, right? Where I'm looking up campers. I'm looking up casitas and I'm looking up Airstreams and all these campers, right? And America's funny as fuck. Like it'd be like a fiberglass camper. And these people are charging $60,000 for this fucking camper. And I'm like, bro, the price that you're paying for a trailer now, you could have got a full family house back in the day. Like literally. And then you got to get it serviced. You got to put it on campgrounds and do all the hookups. And then it has an interior that you can't even Like if you look at the interior on some of these campers and stuff like that, man, that shit ain't even gonna last for 10 years with daily use. And see, in America, a house is a ball and chain. You can go buy a house in Jamaica or somewhere and shit like that and leave that shit for months on end. America, nope. You got the HOAs. Somebody got to cut your grass. Somebody got to keep up with the house. Like in America, the house is like a ball and chain to a lot of people. And it is. I mean, you sign a mortgage. Mort, as in mortuary, as in death. Mort. You tell them that, hey, for the next 30 years, after this big down payment, for the next 30 years, I'm going to spend my time trying to pay off this house. At this rate, whether the property value goes up or it goes down. So we signed some of those papers. Nigga, you don't even know if you're going to be alive in the next 30 years. What type of guarantee is that? And fuck your kids. The kids will come by and go sell the damn house. Later on to live life to try to go back and rebuy it. You did? Like, they're telling Gen Zs and millennials now, just like, look, fuck it. When you go look for a house, don't look for a 1-bedroom, don't look for a 2-bedroom, just go buy a fucking family house. And then start there, right? I understand supply and demand. And I understand that actually, the housing market is being bought by businesses, not individuals. When COVID happened, who the fuck wants to buy a fucking mall? They take that money and go buy a bunch of row houses and stuff like that. You're not even buying houses. You're not buying houses from individual people anymore like that. Individual sellers. You're buying it from corporations and businesses that aren't investing in real estate for public interactions and stuff like that. You're not fucking companies own these damn houses now. So first of all, for that housing bubble to crash, they got to be able to get these houses back from the companies. The companies aren't real estate. They're not. They're companies. Not the real estate company, they're actual businesses that bought these houses. It's like, hey, look, it's better for me to buy a fucking bunch of row houses instead of the mall. Why the hell will I buy the mall? I'm not gonna make no return on it. Half these businesses, they need people to come in there. Like, come on, man. This is why the new businesses are virtual businesses, because a lot of people don't want to be able to have their businesses go down if another pandemic happens. So first of all, before any type of shit can happen, you got to get these houses out of you got to get these houses back from these companies, because the people that own the houses now, they're not mortgage companies, and they're not, they're businesses. So the businesses got to let go of the houses. The businesses are holding on to the houses like stock. So you got to understand where certain things are, and then you know you got a lot of Americans that don't believe in the American dream anymore. You know, a lot of millennials don't believe in ownership like that. You know, zillennials definitely don't believe in ownership. They just want to fuck some shit up and walk away from it. And I'm not even gonna lie, it's a luxury to walk away from it. This is why I'm telling you about a lot of times, depending on how you do it. You know, a house can be a ball and chain for a lot of people. You know, and I hate to say it because a lot of people, like, it's fucked up that we're living in a day and age where I can explain to you how a car is more of a symbol of freedom than a house. You understand? A car is more of a symbol of freedom than a house. And it all depends on how you manage it. The American dream is not alive and well. Again, Archibald, you know, you probably live in a different world, man. I'm not gonna, you know, fault you for that. But the American dream is not alive and well. You want to know what the American dream is? The American dream is inclusive. It's all inclusive. The American dream is all inclusive. You should be able to live the American dream on all levels. Whether you're wealthy, whether you're working your way up, or whether you're poor, or whether you're middle class. Okay? Because there's American dream for all of it. The classes complement each other. You got people in third world countries living better than Americans that have money. Yeah, you can. You right about that, Archibald. You could dream about that motherfucker. That don't mean it's gonna be real though. Absolutely right about that. You ain't lying. It's not American inclusion. America is the illusion of inclusion. Never mind, man. Anyway, y'all like to listen to lies all day, so let's play some more lies for y'all.
Catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene. And now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago. A nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together, understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit, because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me. And she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well.
Now, America has a long history of doing this. We give our enemies the weapons. You know, we give our enemies the weapons. We give our enemies the weapons. Whether directly or indirectly, we give our enemies the weapons. We supply it to them. We tell the American people one thing when we did the other thing. Same thing with Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden is actually a ex-U.S. agent. Papa Bush gave him the weapons. Baby Bush had to go, you know, sort it out. We fund a lot of the conflict. That we talk about. All right, let's get it. Hold on, what the hell is going on? Hold on, y'all.
Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
What happens when America's the bad guy, though? See, and I understand America, and I actually respect it. But it's the bullshit that comes with it, you know. We'll get into debt, and we don't plan on paying people back as Americans. Hold on, y'all. Okay. Yeah, we'll get into debt, and we don't care about paying people back. You know, like shit. Your country might fall before you even get what we trying to pay back, or shit. We might take the shit from you. Why are Americans in everybody's business? Well, we buy all the biggest and develop all the biggest and baddest weapons and stuff in the world. You know, we need to have the bigger gun. You know, it's whose gun is bigger. Nobody gives a fuck if you're gonna fucking use the gun. It's like, I don't give a damn if you're gonna use that gun. If I got a bigger gun, I don't give a damn. And that's what America is doing, and rightfully so. America definitely has to do that. You know, it's either you or me. So, you know, and it's gonna be you every time. You gonna be up out of here. So you can't get mad at America for having that disposition. You can't get mad that your tax dollars go to fucking, you know what I'm saying? You can't get mad that that America lies to its people, because y'all don't understand. You know what's going on, Ed? Y'all don't understand. America is an isolated incident. Not even an isolated incident, but it's an isolated place. Americans are unnecessarily arrogant, and I know this being an American. Americans really don't know shit. America is like that kid in private school that never left the house when they go to other places and have to figure certain things out. Honestly. But you know, the rich dad never says, "Hey man, I need to toughen my kid up. No, because it's a privilege to be spoiled. We're not even rich. That's the thing, Archibald. We're rich-minded, but we're not necessarily even rich. We're not even rich. It's a mindset. I'm not talking fuck the money. It's a mindset. We complain about shit. We're spoiled. We're not rich, bro. The average American is not rich. Stop it. Stop it. The average American is not rich. If that's what you call wealth, man, you're probably sad. The average American is not rich. Not like that. Even in America, the average American is not rich. Like, stop, bro. Just stop. Stop. Let me tell y'all something, y'all. I'm in Asia right now, right? I was talking to a little shorty last night, right? And man, stop it, nigga. A fucking hurricane comes and Americans are right back at square one. Stop it, man. Just soak up this game, bro. You're doing too much talking and you're not listening, bro. Now, talking to the shorty last night, and I said, man, if I had kids, I will raise them in Asia. And she was like, why? Because in America, we have a false sense of self-sufficiency. We're not really self-sufficient. You know what kids in Asia do? In Thailand and in places and stuff like that. You know what your kids do? Even in public school. You know what your kids do? You buy your kid a motorbike. There's kids at 10, 12, 13, 14 riding a motorbike to school. They got to get up, they got to get dressed, they got to put all their stuff together, right? And then they get up and then they get on, they go outside and get on their motorbike and drive. Kids. What your ass doing in America? You waiting for a fucking school bus. Kids. Now, I'm not making fun of you if you waited for it. Nigga, I waited for a school bus. I chased the school bus. Right? But I'm talking about self-sufficient children. For years, they wake up, they get their clothes together, and they go, you know what I'm saying? They you know, iron their clothes and shit like that, and get up and go to school and go handle business. They're learning that as a kid. See, America is working on a different model. America is working on the employee model. This is why when they're looking for people to be business minded, they go for immigrants. They don't go for their own. Why you think America, even Trump, why you think they outsource jobs? Of course, the labor and all that other stuff and the cost is down. That's what minimum wage is for. Minimum wage is literally, nigga, if I could pay you less legally, I would. That's what minimum wage is for. But what they do is they outsource the jobs, right? They outsource the jobs, right? You said none of the above for president. That's funny. But no, they outsource the jobs and stuff like that because guess what? They know somebody's a little bit more responsible with this. See, Americans, we sit up there, we like, man, hey. They underpaying us for this type of work. You know? America knows the problem that America has. America has turned its own people into bratty kids. They turned their people into bratty kids. Americans were bratty kids, even with our own stuff. It's like, hey, yeah, y'all caused inflation, but the American people, they're not gonna forgive inflation. They're gonna be like, hey, nigga, hell no. It's not gonna take minimum wage flipping burgers and shit like that. That's an essential job, and we need to be paid this, and there need to be a union, and there need to be a. American people are smarter. But see, cheap labor, cheap. You can't turn down cheap labor. And the guy is an idiot. The guy 87 is a fucking idiot. Fucking dumbass. So a lot of y'all don't know how business goes, man. A lot of y'all don't know how business goes. If people will pay less, they will pay less. Especially if it's not sacrificing quality. You know, you don't want to sacrifice the quality, so hey, it is what it is. All right, let's get back to it, y'all. Not even gonna get into half the shit I was gonna talk about. Let's go.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations.
And that's the thing, y'all getting bamboozled. Because they're not even talking to you about no goddamn policy. They're just talking to you about Trump. How the hell are you talking to people about restoring America when you're in power right now? The Democrats are in power right now. How are you gonna restore America? What were y'all doing now then? Y'all are in power. And to take attention off of that, they're gonna tell you about Donald Trump. Trump is bad.
That had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and Trump did that deal. He recently said, just 5 ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today, actually, a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was.
Yeah, and Biden, I haven't heard Biden say a damn thing about that. I don't even think Biden knows where the hell he at, or if a hurricane happened. And then with the whole global warming thing and all that other shit, it's like, we can't go green the way that people want to go green. Again, Remember how I was telling y'all earlier how it's sad that a car is more of a symbol of freedom than a house. With a, not even with a hybrid, but with an electric car, there's only but so far you can go. You can't really go cross country with an electric car. Who's to say when you get to certain to certain charge stations that they're going to be there or even open? And then you have places like California and other places and stuff like that that's trying to, like, oh, well, we're going to have a gas tax. We're trying to get rid of gas vehicles. We want people to go green and all this other shit. It's like, man, listen. That's not helping the eco. That's not helping. It's what they do is they feed y'all a lot of misinformation. And before you can even take in the question or what's said, then they give you a problem to solve with the misinformation that they give you. Everybody has a carbon footprint. There's millions of particles floating around in space from our dealings. Shit, we're raving that. Didn't even say something about to come down and hit the Earth soon? A couple things falling from the sky hitting the Earth. We can't explain it. Again, dystopia. Like that's where we're going. We're going into a dystopia. So I don't understand what they expect people to do. It's just basically all you can do is slow it down. The only reason why I'm telling y'all, hey, look, vote for Trump. Trump can't fix shit. All Trump can do is slow it down. All he can do is slow what's already going to happen down. To tell you the truth, who we need to be focusing on is after this election. Yeah, a lot of people took a chill pill. Hell, Korea and our celebrities got more influence than our presidents do in Korea. The Kim Jong-il dude, who his son's favorite best friend is, or a good friend to him, Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman will go over there and do more in Korea than the president can. And they'll capture it on film, you know. But we don't need to experiment with the female president at this point in American history. I get it. But then again, America's not completely off the table when it comes to having a female president, because they need somebody in the office that they can control. Trump is crazy. I'm not going to say he's easy to be controlled, but he's a loose cannon. He'll, he moves like a young dude. This nigga will do some overnight shit and it's like, damn. And I'd rather America be ran by a businessman, because America is a business. Again, a lot of people don't understand how businesses are ran. You got to have a certain type of personality. You got to have a certain type of mindset to even run businesses. Donald Trump then built a couple of metropolises in New York. In DC and all these other places. Kamala, I'm not even gonna lie, she's gonna get us into a lot of debt that we are already in. But see, America don't care. I mean, you know, when you borrow past, like I said, it's a business. You know, it's accounts payable. When you borrow past a certain amount of money, you know you ain't gonna pay that shit back. Like America, though, damn well they ain't gonna pay China back. Like nigga, America is built off of credit. It's the American way to owe people. Why do you think the credit cards, the credit card companies and all that other stuff is so vicious towards Americans? Rates and all kinds of shit. Because that's the American way. Niggas talking about the American dream. Nigga, the American dream is you in debt. Wonder why? Because America's in debt. Don't really plan on paying half these people back. Like nigga, I will destroy you before I pay you back. Chai, thank you so much. I will destroy you before I pay you back. You gonna fall before I'm gonna make sure you fall before I pay you back. I'm gonna make sure you up out of here before I pay you back. See, our problem is though, and we got to push it. That's the problem too. Is that we have to couple our productivity with how much we borrow. Meaning that if we borrow $1 million, we better have people on standby willing to put on, willing to put in $1 million worth of work. And see how our economy works, how our spending works, and that's not too easy. Let's go.
Was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible. And then, of course, afterwards, to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. Now, Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried.
Y'all got to start treating these politicians like how you treat somebody or a freelancer or somebody doing a job for you. And shout outs to War Master. I'm going to just say this on his behalf. Everybody forgets about Reagan. But let me give y'all the game. Y'all got to do these politicians like you do freelancers. We don't even change up our business model and wonder why shit don't get done. You want to know what you do? You say, hey, I'll vote for you if you do this. But I need you to go ahead and get it started. And when it's done, you have my vote. So yeah, I will pay you half up front and pay you the other half when the work is done. Nope. Black people just got their ass wide up in the air. for no fucking reason. Not even just black people, people. I can't even put that charge on my people. People in general. It's the American way to be in debt. If you're not in debt, you're not an American. I know Trump may seem like he's rich, but there's some type of weird debt that he's in that he can't even begin to tell y'all about. Because guess what? If you're not in debt, you're not American. Plain and simple. You can get mad. This guy don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, you're in debt, sir. That's the American way.
Worried about all these crazy.
Let me tell you how to look at Americans. And this will help you out a lot better. We are the guy with the merchants too. That promises to pay you back. That's an American for your ass. We are the guy with the merchant's tooth that promises to pay your ass back. Oh yeah, it'll clear on Monday. Let me get that bomb up off of you. Look, we just gave Ukraine some bombs. It's like, yo, rip that sticker off. Rip that sticker off and sell that shit. Let's go.
Easy weathering patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together.
Get your lie together because y'all are in office right now. I don't know what you fighting for. If y'all are doing such a good job, right? All you gotta do is show up and be like, hey, don't you like life now? Isn't life a lot more better? You like how the world is going right now? We're doing a great job, right? Vote for us. You gotta create a boogeyman that hasn't even been in office for 4 years now. IJS.
Together to all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there that we recover, but we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act has created jobs all across the country. 2000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years.
Y'all don't even understand how this is working, y'all. I mean, if Americans built it, cool. But it don't matter if Americans build it or if the Chinese built it, as long as it's doing what it's supposed to do, saving energy, lessening the carbon footprints, i.e., lessening a problem that we created. That's really what we're talking about. Why do you need to super lessen the carbon footprint? Because we created it. Now, if you want Americans to build those, windmills or solar panels and stuff like that, train them. Train them. Nowadays, it's hard as fuck to train an American to do anything. Did you know after the pandemic, dudes don't even want to go into a physical office to work anymore? Go try to get a remote job and see what happens to you. There you go. I just shouted you out, and he said a wild war master appeared. Shout outs to War Master in the building. Right. What's going on, G? There we go. See? Come in with the facts. The U.S. built one nuclear power plant in 60 years. Come on, man. They were trying to argue with me earlier, y'all, about outsourcing the jobs and shit like that. That's a minimum wage person's wet dream. You mean to tell me you're going to do this with efficiency and produce it at this rate? And I don't got to pay you as much as man, listen. I remember one of the jobs I was working, right? My dumb ass, because I'm a hard worker, right? Obviously. They worked my ass off so bad. When I moved up, I didn't even move up. I changed departments. When I left, they had to hire 5 people to do what I did. And they damn near wanted me to train all 5 of them. They had to hire 5 people to do what I did by myself. Now, could I have asked for a raise? That's debatable. But Americans, to a certain degree, are the spoiled children. I'm telling you. I'm not going to pick no orange. The orange pickers don't make money. Americans don't even realize the people that we used to make fun of picking oranges ain't picking oranges no more. American arrogance, man. It is what it is. America is an isolated incident. We practice this arrogance amongst ourselves too. Like I said, are we building the steel? Show me an American place where we actually are putting together iPhones. You go to the, I know War Master don't like crapple, but it's funny. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Go to an Apple store right now. Right? And really go in there and go look at who the techies are. The guy that's in the back that's about to take a little screwdriver and open up your damn phone and start fidgeting with some shit in your damn phone or replacing shit. They're not Americans. It be Asian dudes, it be Hispanic dudes, it's like, damn. Or some weird ass nigga trained by one of them. Like, it's not even. Go outside, y'all, please. Shouts to War Master, always dropping gems. The left chase jobs out of the country. They want everybody who are minimum wage and want to make us rolling blackouts like in California. Okay. Yeah, minimum wage is literally, if I could pay you less legally, I would. That's literally it. That's why they give all those tax cuts and all that other stuff for the new people that come to the States. I mean, they're already trained. Would you rather some random dude that gave you his resume yesterday, or a dude that's been training in Korea damn near his whole life to come to the States and do that for less money? And he's not gonna press you out that much for trying to get a living wage, a livable wage, because he got like governmental tax cuts and credit cards and programs and stuff. So he's not gonna be on you for a livable wage. See, this is kind of what they did to American people. They give you a lot of money and tell you to go buy the Bentley. So you got to keep up the maintenance on the Bentley, put gas in the Bentley, insure the Bentley, valet parking, all kinds of stuff that comes with it, right? And then what they do is they take the money away from you. They pull the rug up from under you. Now, if you were smart, you would have invested or did everything but pay for that damn Bentley. The upkeep and stuff like that. Because the Bentley is just the Bentley, that's just something that'll get knocked down, get replaced, or wither away. Right? But what Americans are doing is like, oh man, the big money that y'all gave me, I like to drop the top on my Bentley. I like to drive my Bentley. I don't enjoy it, but I do put gas in it and I do maintain it. You took the money and put it where they told you to put it. Invested in something monetary. This Bentley, right? I'm using the Bentley as a bigger picture. Follow me, y'all. So you've grown. One can say you've grown accustomed to that thing that you've been doing for or investing in for a long time. Nobody wants to spend a long time making a mistake. That same rule goes with investing. Nobody want to spend a long time investing in a bullshit stock. People do it though. So now when they pull the rug up under you and you can't maintain the lavish life that you used to live, and the Bentley start falling apart, now they're switching to Hyundais and Civics. And you got this Bentley in your damn driveway. And it's like, damn. If I can't afford a new Bentley, I can't afford an old one neither. And they're trying to help you with the shit that they sold you. Hey, we're going to give you a tax cut for that Bentley we told you to buy. We're going to try to alleviate the life that we put you onto. You know, we're going to set the rules and parameters. And you understand what I'm saying? We sold you the disease. Now we're going to negotiate on how we're going to sell you not even sell you the cure. We're just going to keep the disease going, but we're just going to keep it at, you know, at a manageable amount. And we're going to look at you crazy when you feel you need to be paid and compensated for a job well done. Motherfucker don't give a fuck about no goddamn job well done. If I can pay you less and you make errors in your haste, you make errors because you're doing some shit too fast, or that I paid you less, I'll just pay somebody else to correct their error and still come out cheaper. Basically what it is. One master said employees want to pay Americans more, but the left keep raising the cost to do business. Absolutely. Absolutely. Higher pay means more skilled and motivated workers. Absolutely. It should mean a little bit more quality on both ends. Should though. It's sad because most motherfuckers don't even want to have these conversations, but I'm here for it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Y'all subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, support the show, y'all. Giving y'all some really good game. War Master actually giving y'all some nitroglycerin. He just giving y'all nitro in the goddamn chat. Giving y'all the game. Blacks vote for Democrats who let aliens in. Well, guess what? A lot of those aliens, I wouldn't say are their families. But if you can get your cousin or your family in, it is what it is. But the fucked up part is that a lot of immigrants are better off living in their country. Like, as an immigrant in 2024, I would go to America, make a little bit of money, and then move right back home. It ain't really worth them staying there. Depending on what's going on at home, though. Because I will say this. The quality of life is better at home. They don't complain, but they should. If you're an immigrant and they're giving you a loan and taking care of all of this shit, why the fuck would they put you in the hood? Like, they'll give an immigrant all kinds of free shit. But your new restaurant is going to be in South Central Compton. And black people are running around, why they treat us like that? Because they've been briefed on you, nigga. I don't give a fuck. I would like somebody to tell me I'm in Compton. What is that? What does that mean? What the fuck does Compton mean to an immigrant that's never been to America before? They're like, they brief you. Hey, look, there's the black people out there are crazy. There's Bloods and Crips. They're gonna ask you where you from. That's a slap in the face. But when you want opportunity, hey, what you gonna do? And I'm not gonna lie. In a lot of these people's countries, their ghettos are more nicer than our ghettos. What I mean is, if I wanted to open up a restaurant in Brazil and they send me to the favelas, not even gonna lie to you, I probably have a higher survival rate in the favelas than somebody opening up a restaurant in Compton. I know a lot of niggas don't think about that, and it sounds crazy, but it's the truth. It's like, okay, yeah, the favelas is dangerous, but look, if you know a couple of people and shit like that, maybe even pay a motherfucker off or two. Go on about your business. And shit, America knows this. Why you think they get all that money in tax cuts and all that other shit like that? America's like, look, sorry for the inconvenience. Like, they're sending you to places where you have to have bulletproof glass in your establishment to conduct business. Indians come to America and make hella money. I feel you on that, War Master. I know exactly what you mean. But it's just sad what they do to their people, because it's like, it's either you have it or you don't. You know, either you got it or you don't. And the fucked up part is that they crush the middle class, and that's what's keeping. See, you need the middle class. You know, you need the middle class. And let me tell you something, man. The rich get richer and the poor get poorer. I hate to say it like that, but it's the truth. And I don't know why a lot of people are offended by it. Well, I kind of do, but I you know, the thing is that most people don't even want to be rich like that. They just want to be comfortable. And when you start doing things like, you know, destroying your middle class, I'm not gonna lie, you disrupt that. You know, most Americans don't even want to be rich like that. They just want to be comfortable. Honestly, it's the media telling you that, oh, you need to have this and you need to have that and you need to. I made an example about the Bentley earlier. Nigga, where are you gonna park your Bentley? I'd be paranoid. I'd be paranoid. People nowadays, you got to make the American dream work for you. You got whatever that is, you know, because now it's like, what's your version or interpretation of the American dream? Because it ain't what y'all thought it was. You know, it depreciated. So you got to make whatever works for you work for you. Not really about being rich, it's about being comfortable. Fucked up part is, I'm gonna tell you the truth. It's easier to get rich than to be comfortable. I was just talking to a friend about that last night. It's easier to get rich than to be comfortable. Irony is a big thing.
Senator.
Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by
your
the
time
climate.
is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Damn.
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But folks
That was
know,
rude.
and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think.
Right, War Master. It's really a mindset. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The poor spend their money, the rich invest their money. The left stated goal is to destroy the middle class, right? Either you have it or you don't. And then the crazy part about it, right? Crazy part about all of that, right? Is they have to literally use the working middle class as mules to not even to feed both, but to they're using the middle class as mules, man. It's obvious, honestly. I keep seeing this commercial of people saying, yeah, man, these guys are rich. This is a money grab. We need to tax them and stuff like that. Like, honestly, I'm gonna tell y'all the truth, because y'all, a lot of people don't know how shit works. You can't really tax the rich like that. You can, and they have been getting taxed, but if you're running a business, all of that shit is write-offs. All of that shit is write-offs. The Bentley, like if I take my Bentley back and forth to business meetings, that's a write-off. Like niggas get mad as shit when a nigga pay $1 in taxes. How do you do that? Because there's loopholes. How do you write that off? He has an office in his house? Yeah, small business owners come from the middle class. Because like some of that money, instead of investing it, they decided to start a business, and that's technically investing. But you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm preaching to the choir when it comes to war masks. And no, you're absolutely correct about that. Absolutely. But a lot of those industries are why people got rich in the first place. And it's like people are pocket watching instead of, you know, sometimes making shit happen. You know? Actually, Tom McGuire, Donald Trump's DGT stock has been going up and down, but it's been going up more. Donald J. Trump's stock has been going up. I know the other day was down like 5.2%. Donald J. Trump, his stock been going up, you know, especially with his campaign. So you gotta be careful when you try to go to the other side of the internet, thinking that you're talking about something that people wouldn't know about. Actually, his stock actually is doing pretty well, and Hathaway Brookshire is doing pretty good too. Your house is only worth $200,000 depending on who you sell it to, bro. Cause a motherfucker will come out there and try to evaluate your house and be like, nah, nigga, this going for 170. You know? Yeah, the S&P 500 is doing good. S&P 500 is doing good. ETFs, the Charles Schwab's, all of that shit is doing pretty well. Well, stocks are down right now, but they'll be back up. We took the money from the top 20%. We could run the federal government for Jesus Christ. What? If we took the money from the top 20%, we could run the federal government for 3 days. Damn. Yeah, Tom McGuire, they call them whales. Those are whales, bro.
Think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign, and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that. And an all above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policy.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. And they took the money out of the 401ks. 401ks, you got to have a union, man. Look, you got to put that money aside, you know. They really did it. They're getting rid of 401ks, honestly. People don't like the idea of it. And it don't matter if Trump got bankruptcies. That's a buzzword right there. You know, I'm learning bookkeeping, and I'm telling you, all of the words that y'all think what they mean on the back end, especially on some bookkeeping type shit, they don't mean the same thing. When you own a business, personally, you can go through so much bankruptcies, it can make your head spin. But guess what? All you got to do is borrow money from your business. Especially if the business isn't roped into it. What you gonna do? Take his car? He donated it to his business. That's not his car. It's a business car. You can go bankrupt every year if you want to. All you got to do is hide all your shit in your businesses. That bankrupt shit don't mean nothing. 50 Cent was producing Power and getting hella money and telling y'all he was bankrupt. Chapter 7. You know, sooner or later, Americans are going to learn, stop calling people broke when they really aren't. People thought Michael Jackson was broke. Nope. You know, this nigga got helicopters and all kinds of shit in the business name and shit like that, and he broke. Delete that shit if you want to. That nigga will sell the shit out of that Cessna or helicopter that he got and get that shit right back. I forgot who said it, but he said if you know how money works, you'll never be broke, even when you are. Difference between wealth and rich is that if you take it away from Donald Trump, he'll get it right back.
Build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 20, 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she...
Snake Pitt says Trump knows the systems and play it better than those who run it. Absolutely. It's monopoly. It's why they hate him and tell everyone to hate him. Right. Shout outs to War Master. Again, dropping gems as always. War Master said, facts, Kuda. A lot of the people confuse chapter 11, aka aka reordering debt, with chapter 7, liquidation. Yeah, there's different chapters to that shit. But I know for a fact, if you want to hide some shit, you can hide it in your business and stuff like that. And didn't, like, when he first became president, the TV show, what TV show that he owned? Was it Deal or No Deal? Didn't he sell that shit to like his brother or some shit like that? Just say, hey, hold on to this real quick while I go run the country. You can always pass that shit off, or sell it, or put it in some a relative's name. You said 50, Trump, and millions of other people use bankruptcy court as they should. Yeah. And it actually, When you really know what you're doing and you get your ducks in a row, you hide your crypto, you done a couple of different measures. The bankruptcy is actually a good reset. It's not even a clean start. It's better than a fresh start. They consolidate your debt. They, not even like in America too. A lot of y'all don't even realize. Remember, I was telling you that being in debt is the American way. You do know in America, you have companies that look over other people's debt and literally will buy your debt. They will literally purchase your debt. To get you to pay them monthly. They will buy your debt. Hey, we took care of that for you. You just got to pay us. It's the American way, y'all. Give me y'all some good game. Putting in some good work. Hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. Niggas will buy your debt. Let me save this comment from War Master. That's some real shit. Bankruptcy means a lot of people that work for him won't get paid, and contractors. It's awful that Donald Trump been sued as a business over 4,000. That's bullshit. His workers got paid. I'm from DC. Them motherfuckers get paid. Some people at that Trump hotel get paid, and if they don't get paid, they get to stay there till they get paid. They got paid. Yeah, Trump probably done make a quintillion or some shit. What's after a billion? Quintillion or sextillion? That shit crazy. So you think any politician would have done better with COVID? You're delusional and motherfucker. Well, that's the thing they try to throw out there, like, I would have handled COVID this way, or I would have handled COVID that way. You can't make a statement like that because nobody knows how you would have handled it, Now, do I think Trump handled COVID the best? I don't know. I mean, have you seen anybody else handle COVID? And even if it resurfaces now, I mean, it's like we already know about it. So we already have preconceived guidelines or thoughts going into it anyway. But people just like to get lied to for shock value. That's the that's the American way. Trump's get back in office, the economy will roar, the left will cry. Yeah, we need a presence. Yeah, 1 billion. Yeah, trillion. My bad. I'm tripping. Trillion. And then quadrillion. Yeah. All right, let's get back into it.
Came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis at this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the attorney general of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so
just going in on Trump. He's not even really saying nothing.
unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I
There
said,
she go. What's going on, love? Good to see you. Shout outs to Jay Green in the building. How you doing? Welcome to the show, beautiful. Shout outs to Jay Green in the building, man. All right. War Master said, is this dude lying now? Or is he lying about what happened? Yeah, he just going after Trump. It's like he's sitting there saying that he had 4 years in office. But we're coming off of y'all 4 years. And what's going on right now? Yeah, the Democrat does have to lie. The truth is worse. Absolutely.
that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in the.
That's good, Jay Green. I found some information and stuff. I need to get on Instagram. I gotta send to you. Okay, it's something that I think you probably find it's something that I think you probably will find interesting. You know, and just interesting to know. You know about certain things. You know. Yeah, shout out to Jay Green in the building. Good morning. Good to see you. Snake Pit said dudes out here banning loud state governors were the ones forced in lockdown, not the press. But okay, sheep Democratic leaders love lockdowns and quasi-martial laws. Well, I will say this. You know, War Master says people forget the Democrats fight tooth and nail to stop Republican policies every time. Yeah, well, I mean, I will say this. I mean, America's given immigrants the wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I mean, you got sanctuary states. And a lot of them, too, by the way. I didn't know America had all of these damn sanctuary states. So as long as you get across the border, you're going to be straight. You're going to be all right. I guess the only thing you got to worry about at this point is getting to a sanctuary state. And you'll get a job. They'll get, citizenship. You know, like I said, man, it on the ground floor. It's a lot different, man. You know, and everybody's in on it. If everybody wants to stop immigration ICE would hang out in front of Home Depot. You know what you do? You go to Home Depot that's in the hood, and standing outside of Home Depot in the hood are a bunch of Mexicans or El Salvadorians, and them niggas will put that shit together for you so quick. Your head will spin. Them niggas will put that shit together so quick. Them niggas will put them niggas will put that shit together and make you some food. Them niggas will paint your house. All kinds of shit. They really wanted to stop immigration. They just hang out in front of fucking Home Depot all day. But guess what? Them niggas give you a damn deal you can't refuse. The ICE nigga be like, damn, I do need to get my shed put up. You ain't hiring no goddamn American Tim the Tool Man to put up no fucking shed. Shit, a Mexican nigga will look out for you too. Like, hey, look, they gave you smaller screws, but I put these together all the time. I bought bigger screws for you. And them niggas will look out for you. Them niggas will paint your house, put a shed together for you, and do your roof for $300. You ain't getting no American to do that shit for you. I don't give a damn. Shout outs to Jay Green dropping the huge $10 on the Cash App. Thank you so much for always supporting Player Talk Radio. Getting the day started right. Let's get it. Let's go. Hold on.
Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens, where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
I mean, Donald Trump's stock can be at $16. That's good. Shit, you want to buy your candles when they red? Who the hell wants to buy a fucking expensive ass stock? And if it could jump up to 90 again, you gonna make a lot of fucking money. That's not a bad thing. I'm just saying. Shout out to Jay Green. War Master says, what's funny about the lockdown is that the vast majority of Americans went to work. Absolutely. I was an essential worker. And I was busting my ass on YouTube then also. Absolutely. The Democrat on stage had a police shootout with people in paintball guns forced him into his home in his home state. Yeah, the Army National Guard was yeah. Not even gonna get on that. They were around. I see them telling and yelling at people, telling them to get in their house. Because in the Army National Guard, you can. Shout out to Jay Green. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Good morning, y'all. Make sure y'all continue to support Player Talk Radio. Let's go. In the Army National Guard.
This country, and we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion.
Sorry, y'all. Oh shit! Almost destroyed my monitor, y'all. War Master, don't do that ever again. Yo, oh my God. I said in the Army National Guard, you can. I tried to take a sip of water and I almost spit out my water. I almost destroyed the rest of my already broken equipment, bro. I almost spat out my water. War Master, shout out to War Master, support the show. War Master gonna send a cash app and said, hide your money, y'all. These Democrats are right. I almost destroyed. Yo, I almost electrocuted myself. Hey, yo. Hide the money, y'all. There's Democrats around. I got you, War Master. Let's go.
Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic liquor store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, maybe get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Now, shout out. Wait, hold on. Actually, I want to give a big shout out to Jay Green. Now, Jay Green, she's a beautiful New Yorker, right? New York is actually more vocal about politics than DC. I mean, I don't expect DC to be vocal about politics, right? But if you go into like a subway, or if you go to like certain blocks and stuff, like even in Brooklyn, Harlem, shit, every single borough, Coney Island, anywhere, right? You will see graffiti and artwork and even full-on murals of older presidents, newer presidents, statements, all kinds of stuff. They're very, 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 politically outspoken on the East Coast, but especially in like New York, Boston, even places in Jersey. But if you go around DC, you don't see none of that shit. And they actually, in New York, they love Trump. They love Trump. Don't get it fucked up. They love Trump. And honestly, too, I'm not even gonna lie, man. A lot of these, candidates, right? If they don't come into the office with like money and shit like that, you gotta worry about them stealing and shit. Yeah, DC is, exactly. I've heard that before. Like, DC is proper, whatever that means. But I know what you're saying. Like it's like proper. It's like. It's I don't know how to explain it, but you're not gonna see like a mural of Trump or something like that, even if it's like a joke or just cause you'll see Nipsey Hussle on a wall before you'll see Trump. He said Democrats control DC and four rich countries and the four richest countries surrounding it. Yeah, man, like. And it's very liberal. Like every day on my way home from work at one point, I would have to drive past like the I think it's called the observatory. And that's where the vice president house is. So I guess I drove past Kamala's house. Yeah, it's cookie cutter. Yeah. But I would think places like DC will have more, I wouldn't say just expression, but like more outspoken people and stuff like that. But they don't even care. They really don't care. They really don't care. But then again, I will say this though, y'all. DC is a city that's not really supposed to be a city. This is why they're trying to take back certain parts of Maryland, Virginia, and stuff like that, and make DC a little bit bigger. But the thing is that DC is a district, obviously, right? District of Columbia. It's a district. And honestly, it's meant for people to be passing through, So a lot of the museums And a lot of the properties and stuff, like you see representation without taxation, that's bullshit. But a lot of the properties and the stuff that's in DC, other than the homes and stuff like that, that's governmental property that's not taxed. Keep that in mind. That's not taxed, right? Museums are not taxed. All of these places, they're not taxed, right? So what I'm trying to say is that it's like I guess you can put shit up on walls and murals and stuff like that in New York, because I guess you could say like it's a city. DC's technically a city, but it's a district. But then again, it's a city, but it's a district. You know what I'm saying? It's like weird. But then and then on top of that, it's spread out. And then it's like I don't know how to explain it. It's like I don't know. It's fucking weird. I don't know how to explain it. It's like you can't really graffiti on buildings and stuff like that, because guess what? It's federal property and stuff like that. Like you can't really go too far without running into some federal shit in DC. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm gonna say. Other than the neighborhoods, southeast, like right behind the White House is a big ass hood that y'all don't know about, and people are over there right now as we speak getting smoked. DC, and just like every major city in the world, I would say, but definitely DC is shaping up to become a metropolis. Now, our trains, our metro and our trains and stuff like that used to close at 3 a.m. DC would be closed for about 2 hours because, come 4 a.m., people are getting up ready to go outside and catch a bus or go to work and stuff like that, And the reason why I was telling y'all, like earlier, we were talking about raising children and stuff like that. I was like, damn, I kind of would like to raise my kids in Asia. Because it's like, damn, you have a lot of people that do wait for buses and trains and stuff like that. There's nothing wrong with that. That's city life. But city life in other places are a little bit different. You understand what I'm saying? Kids nowadays, where I'm at, they wake up early. They put their clothes together. Some of them even cook their own breakfast. And they get their backpacks and everything, and they go outside, they get on their motorbikes and drive to school. These are self-sufficient ass kids. My stupid ass was running after a damn school bus. Now, I'm not saying, because you know how to drive and you got a motorbike, it makes you a very smart kid. No, I'm talking about self-sufficiency. And I wonder what in the West. I wonder what what an eccentric world would be for adults and kids. Is it going to be more self-sufficient? Is it going to be a lot better? The guy in the DMV area basically he took the L on his term. So we have like old ass trains. I think they were donated from New York, if I'm not mistaken. We got like an old series of trains in DC, and they used to derail. They used to run into each other. We used to have a lot of shit going on with our trains. And the metro, like I said, used to be open to like 3 a.m. Well, they're building they're and this is gonna make it even more worse, because now these train stations are getting closer and closer to Baltimore. DC and Baltimore, if y'all don't know, are two different worlds. Okay. And they don't fuck with each other like that. But when you build like a train system that's closer to another city, you're asking for a concentration of more bullshit. Oh yeah, it comes with the territory. Especially with the money, it comes with the territory, right? But in the DMV area, he had to start closing metro at 12 o'clock or like just about 1 a.m. to basically get them to maintain the trains and the what you call it, and the tracks and stuff, so that the trains won't derail or malfunction and stuff, because them trains are fast as shit. The metro trains fast as fuck, and when they in that tunnel and shit like that, and they going quick, you come around the corner, you see another train, bro, you ain't gonna stop in time. You ain't gonna stop in time. So I guess instead of he's building up new metro stations and stuff. I think it's called the Purple and Silver Line, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what it was called before I left. You dig? But yeah, DC is cookie cutter than a motherfucker. That's the perfect term for it. That's the perfect term for it. Democrats control DC, for which countries surround it. DC is so controlled by the Democrat. Thousands of American conservatives showed up to protest a bill in the middle of the week. Nancy Pelosi said they shouldn't turn their cameras to look at the crowd. Ignore them and they'll go away, head ass. Right. What's going on, Star P? This shit out here is terrible. A lot of shit is terrible, man. I'm here to alleviate some of, give people something to think about. Relieve y'all stress so y'all know y'all not bugging. That's the worst thing. When shit going on in the world and you're like, man, am I fucking bugging or somebody else see this shit? At least you know you're not alone. Listen to Player Talk Radio. We're gonna get y'all the real, man. Y'all hit the subscribe button, support the show. This stuff is going on in the world, man. So everywhere is shaping up to become a metropolis, a 24-hour working, city. And people will be like, yo, Kuda, well, why do you spend why do you spend a lot of time on the internet? Well, I'm working, number one, so I spend a lot of time minding my fucking business. Right? Don't leave that part out. Shout outs to my audience and my supporters. Shout outs to my foundational YouTubians. Y'all are at work too. Shit. See, we already got something in common, right? Now watch this. We where we need to be, doing what we need to do. Right? Now, there's this book. I'm going to actually, for the month of October, I'm going to put this free ebook in the Discord. I know niggas don't read books. And y'all can pick up my book for free. I still got some free copies left, But it's a free ebook I'm going to put in the Discord. This book is actually not free. But if you join the Discord, the PDF is on the internet. So, you get it for free. Fucking with me, right? It's called the 4-Hour Work Week. You probably heard of it. They try to say Henry Ford, who never built a car, by the way. Henry Ford. He just assembled a bunch of people that know how to do certain things and presses a button. Henry Ford never built a Model T a day in his life. Pay attention to what I'm telling you. Then they also said that Henry Ford came up with the 9 to 5, the 8-hour, the work week schedule. They say he came up with all of that. Now, what is that? That is a concept of time. You think you work a 9 to 5, but with them scheduling you differently and stuff like that, man, you working way more hours. You ever closed and had to open? Feel my pain. You shouldn't have to put up with that. You ever closed and had to open? Or had to open and close? Yeah, ain't that fucked up? That ain't no real 9 to 5. I mean, it's a 9 to 5, Yeah, open and gotta close is the worst. It ain't even your business. Right. But guess what I found out on the internet that it's going to take a lot of people to catch up to? There's no such thing as time. What the fuck is the concept of time on the internet? Somebody has a phone in their hand. This ain't happy hour. This ain't happy hour, nigga. Everybody has a phone in their hand. The world never sleeps. Why do you think these cities are trying to become a metropolis? The world never sleeps. If you sleep, you're losing money. Yeah, labor is labor. I ain't gonna lie though, opening and closing though is a different type of labor. It's like I just left this. I might as well just sleep here. Shit, I'm about to waste gas going back. Like, what the fuck? But nah, I'm giving y'all the game. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as time on the internet. There's no such thing as time on the internet. No such thing. There's no concept of time. Everybody's up. Now, there's best times to be on the internet. I give you that. But there is no concept of time on Al Gore's internet. Hell no. That's a myth. And if somebody's going off the concept of time, they're going off of 9 to 5 schedule. But in the 4-hour work week, he was telling you how to get certain things done in a shorter period amount of time and be even more efficient, you know? I like clopins. I know I left it the way I want to walk in. Yeah, that's the yeah. I will say that, like, when you close and open, you know, you do things, or you leave things a certain way, and then when you get in the next day, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, you know, it's like, you know how you know, I used to do that also, you know. Yeah, they were talking about that. I think that was another concept too that was in the book 4-hour work week, Jay. Because like they were saying that like there's certain places even here in Asia, like even the cashiers, they close the store, or they, like, for like at least a half an hour, they let the customers shop, but the customers know that they can't check out just yet, and it makes the customers spend more money. And then these people are fucking taking naps at their register or doing yoga or some shit. I'm like, damn, for half an hour. I'm like, oh shit. You dig? Fuck that half an hour. That shit go by too fast. You know, niggas know this shit. When I went on break, niggas, you know, a nigga, a 15-minute break turned into a half an hour to a nigga, or 40 minutes. And you know what I'm saying? Then, you know, we have a half an hour break, you know, niggas get the rounding and shit. Hour? An hour? You mean an hour? You know, we're gonna be gone for about an hour. You know, shit, my break starts as soon as I get my food. I'm gonna walk all the way up the street and get some Chipotle, and my break start as soon as I sink my teeth in that Chipotle. You know? Let me stop playing around though. But that's where the world is at. The world is at right now. Like even where I'm at, right? They're going through that phase where they're going through that phase where everybody is just, you know, on their phones. Everybody's on their phones. There's no such thing as time. So you got a couple of people out here, and it was something on the internet talking about it recently. I gotta go find it. I might put it in the Discord with the book. But they're trying to, again, change and restructure the work week to make it optimal and more efficient. You know what I'm saying? A more efficient work week. Because technically they're saying the 9 to 5 is an old model. you know. Yeah, I mean, shit. I used to get mad because, see, I don't smoke cigarettes. But cigarette people, I ain't gonna lie, I'm like, damn, y'all niggas be taking about 5 breaks at work. I'm like, shit, I might have to start pretending to do a cigarette break. Yeah, they call them flex positions. That's the term for it. Thank you, Jay. They call them flex positions, yeah. Because the hours are flexible. But see, we have a problem in America after the pandemic. You know, a lot of people, they don't, you know, they don't want to go back to a physical workspace. Yeah, I know, y'all cigarette smokers, y'all gonna take like 5 breaks. Now, I wrote this quote down last night because it was funny as hell. I was talking to somebody about it, right? I said, everything fun and games. Everything is fun and games until somebody light up a damn cigar. Isn't that fucked up? Can I take a cigar break? Nobody's jealous of nobody when they go take a damn cigarette break. But if you want to go take a cigar break, that's an hour without pay, sir. Nigga can light up a big ass juicy Winston. They'll light up a big ass juicy Camel in front of your face, or Indian Spirit and shit. And don't even give a fuck. They don't even ask you. But you sit down somewhere in a crowd of people and light up a damn cigar, they're gonna look at you like, what's wrong with you? It's like, it's a cigar, damn. I know cigars don't smell the best, but cigarettes don't neither. You know. Shouts to Jay. Jay, we still got to do that stream. We got to teach these niggas about opulence. We got to teach these people about pear and wine and cigars and shit. God damn. We got to restore opulence around this goddamn motherfucker. Shit. Jay know what I'm talking about. You light up a fucking cigar. Everybody look at you like you just did something wrong. Like, okay. All right, let's go, y'all.
And cared a lot about a piece of.
They said Amazon shoppers had 4-hour, 6-hour shifts. So fire. Yeah, I mean, I used to where I used to work, man. I'm not even gonna lie. I after a while, if it wasn't 8 hours, I kind of got mad because I had to go through hell and high water to get to work. You know, so I'm like, yeah, it got to be worth it when we get up there. Yeah, Jay, we got to teach these people about opulence. Drink with the pinky out. You dig? Shout outs to War Master. Hey, get that flashlight out of my
the legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president
Senator,
again.
Your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You've got...
They about to have a big-ass shootout in fucking Chicago. Them Argentinians don't give a fuck. And they strapped up. You know what I'm saying? They you know... We're going to see how that plays out. I was watching a video about that shit. I'm like, well, hey, man. Stop arming yourself to go shoot niggas, man. Now, let's get to the poll real quick. I don't know why it's still at 18 votes. Let me see. Oh, now, shit. Goddamn. I'm tripping in the motherfucker. We had 361 votes. God damn. Damn. 361 votes. Dang. Trump is winning by 63%. And these nuts is getting voted more than Kamala. $361 votes and Kamala is behind these nuts. Shout out to Jay Green. Yeah, hot topic. Kamala's behind these nuts. God damn. How'd that happen? Shit. Now listen, y'all. I did listen on our most viewed show. We got like about 35K views. I did this same poll, and Kamala and Trump were like neck and neck. It was going back and forth. But damn, what happened? Shit. Kamala's behind these nuts. I think even white people are mad at her lying about her lineage, man. I thought white people didn't care.
And today I'll be showing you my old John.
Wow.
Yeah, Mickey D's. We all love a Whopper.
Did you work at this location?
No, but it still signifies 1 in 3 Americans will work at McDonald's at least once in their life. It is America.
Okay.
Let's go get a Whopper or something.
Yeah.
What do you like? Extra onion?
I like some fries.
Oh my God, it smells like...
I'm sorry, y'all. That nervous laugh is hilarious. I'm sorry.
It still signifies 1 in 3 Americans. I love a Whopper.
Did you work at this location?
No, but it still signifies 1 in 3 Americans will work at McDonald's at least once in their life. It is America.
Okay.
Let's go get a Whopper or something.
Yeah.
What do you like? Extra onion?
I like some fries.
Oh my God, it smells like home. They didn't have these when I worked here. I don't know how this works. I don't like that at all. And under my rule, there'd be no more of that.
Under my rule, there'll be no more. Hey, look, I gotta clip that.
I'm Kamala Harris, and today I'll be showing you my old John.
Wow.
Yeah, Mickey D's. We all love a Whopper.
Did you work at this location?
No, but it still signifies 1 in 3 Americans will work at McDonald's at least once in their life. It is America.
Okay.
Let's go get a Whopper or something.
Yeah.
What do you like? Extra onion?
I like some
Oh my
fries.
god, it smells like home.
Oh my God.
Concepts of a plan. 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 Plan.
Oh man. I think Kamala will have like if she does win, I think she'll have like a good week in office before black people start roasting her up.
Right, notorious for his flamboyant lifestyle. Flashy clothes, fancy parties, fine women.
Are you his daughter?
That white lady was on some bullshit. Are you his daughter? You know that's not his daughter. White people be on some bullshit. They'll catch you when you least expect it. God damn. Are you his daughter?
He's a rogue, all right, notorious for his flamboyant lifestyle. Flashy clothes, fancy parties, fine women.
Are you his daughter?
Are you his daughter? Now, I'm going to tell you some real shit. I mean, hey, look. America is the land of opportunity. You can go from partying with with eligible player bachelors to,
Concepts of a plan. 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 Plan.
You can go from that to this. You can go from stocking shelves at Walmart to running the country. It's very much possible. It really is. Shit crazy. Right, Jay Green.
Housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a
They're eating the dogs. What the hell going on? They're eating the dogs.
disgrace, Tim.
They ate the dog.
And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us, you do unto me. I think that's true.
Oh, this nigga tripping, bro. He is mixing in politics. With a Bible quote.
Of most Americans, they simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal...
Here she goes. See? I told you they be on some bullshit. Why she got to say something about Haitian people? Right. Here we go. CSI. Hold on. I got you, Jay. Like, you catch on to it, right? Like, why? I knew somebody had to bring in the Haitians in the cat and doggy, and here she go on some bullshit.
You're a victim. Here we go, CSI.
I tell y'all, stop playing with them Haitians, man. Sock passe to all my Haitians, man. It wasn't eating no damn dogs like that. Now, Trump saying that was kind of funny. But then the internet just started going in a whole different direction with it. And then, I'm not even gonna lie, it kind of took the air out of the, not in a bad way. But Trump saying that it kind of cleared the air in the room. There was a lot of tension. And people just needed to, I wouldn't say let out a nervous laugh, but they had to let out a laugh about something. You know? So, y'all get mad at Trump all you want, but I mean, the dude knows how to be trending. You know? He knows how to stay trending. You know? He can keep the, you know, the man is trending. All right. Ain't this the dude who put? Yeah, they call it, what they call him, War Master Tampon Tim. Y'all are savage. But I'm not gonna lie, man. Which one of my wrench holders? Because y'all are diabolical. Which one of y'all said that we don't need a president in office that sucked the dick before? And what War Master, what did you say? I was dead for like almost a week. We don't need no meat smokers in the meat smoker. A meat smoker. I never thought about it until one of y'all said it. We don't need a president in office who sucked the dick before. I said, oh my God. Y'all are so embarrassing. That's why if I was to do something serious or go to a funeral or a function, I would never go live. Cause y'all would have me laughing. Cause I'm dark too. I can get a dark joke. Cause it's funny. If it's funny, it's funny. Even if it's dark. If it's funny, it's actually it's funny. But I just you know, if I want to be serious, I just can't go live anymore, man. A meat smoker. That's fucking wild. A meat. Anyway. Hey man, snake pits make it make sense, bro. You done made it make sense right there. Quoting the Bible, but fights for trans rights. No. And I don't got a problem with trans people or LGBT people. I mean, shit, you know. Life be lifing. I get it. I just have a problem with how they go about doing things. That's all. You know, because I you know, live and let live. But, you know, that's a slippery slope right there. You dig? Yeah, no, yeah, I didn't say you had anything against them. You masterfully, and you know, that's how I highlighted it. Masterfully called out the hypocrisy. That's why I was like, when he brought the Bible into it, I was like, what are you doing? That's an easy way to get cornered. Like, if you guys, I want y'all to do this every so often, right? And I'm not telling y'all to change our religion. I'm not telling y'all to believe in certain things, you know. But just don't even engage. Sit back online, right? And listen to some of these debates that you see people have with these religious debates, preferably Christians versus atheists. Do you know atheists read the Bible more than actual Christians? You know that? Atheists read the Bible more than actual. They know the Bible like the back of their hand more than actual Christians. Hell, some Christians were atheists that set out to read the Bible in a way to debate with other Christians and fucked around and became Christian. I think that's a crazy thing too, but it's interesting that you're not a believer, but something that you read has made you become a believer. You know what I'm saying? And it happens with everything because a lot of the big books, I guess, they're read out of context anyway. And then them books, man, you gotta read them about 5, 6, 7, 8 times to really get something the first time. Right, I can see that. But I mean, people know what they're doing. I mean, I guess he brought up the Bible because, you have to pull on the heartstrings of people. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, like if you're selling something on the internet, like, for example, I have a book, right? And y'all, you can go get your free copies, right? I have a book where I'm talking about something, but I'm directing it, and anybody can read it, honestly, but I'm directing it to a certain demographic of males because what they say, oh, when you write a book or you write something or you're selling, what's going on, Antisocial Socialite Podcast? What's going on? What's going on, Chris? Y'all hit the subscribe button before y'all hit that poll, all right? But it's like when you write a book or you do something, you have to what they tell you, not even just write a book when you're selling something. What's going on, little Shirley? Good to see you. Little Shirley said, I went to Christian school for 13 years, came out atheist. That's actually funny as hell. Y'all know what's funny? I actually grew up in like I guess you could say, because I went to Christian church, but I kind of a good side of me grew up as Jehovah's Witness. But I wasn't going door to door, so I wasn't knocking on doors. But I read the Watchtower. I went to the Kingdom Hall a couple of times. I even went to the Mormon Temple. Them niggas got money. Them niggas got money. Left love using weak-minded people regardless of their beliefs and backgrounds. I mean, I think the reason why he quoted the Bible was to really pull on the heartstrings of people. It's like the word says, I mean, look, if you look at American money, in God we trust. In God we trust. I mean, think about it like this. And maybe it might say it. Maybe I'm being ignorant. But I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something you probably never thought of, right? If you look on the US dollar, it says, in God we trust. I used to collect coins and currency, right? From other countries. I don't see no in God we trust from them other countries. Now they may have like a God bless Mother Russia or some shit like that on they coin, but America has in God we trust on their coins and on their paper and on their money and stuff like that. Kind of really leaning more towards Christianity. Now Christianity was an underground religion for like 300 years before it became like before Constantine II really hey, this is what we believed in. And Christianity, when you ask most Christians, they can't tell you when Christianity started. It started after the death of Jesus Christ. But if you want to confuse a Christian today, ask them, when did Christianity start? And the reason why you got all of these different types of Christianity and different ideologies attached to Christianity is because, the disciples are kind of whatever relationship they had with Jesus and their thoughts and their philosophy, and like, hey, Jesus meant this, or he said this, or you should do this, or when I hung out with him, he was doing, that type shit. Yeah, which God? Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, like which God? And I think if you look at like in the corner of the $1 bill, because there's a spider web on the bill. A lot of people don't know that. There's a spider web on the bill, and there's a bird. There's another bird on the American money. It's called the crow's nest. You know, and then people were doing all kinds of freaky stuff. The Trade Center Tower on the $20 bills. All kinds of different stuff, man. America got some freaky money. Let's just say that. You know? But some say it's not even a crow in the crow's nest. Some say it's a spider. You know, it's not even a crow. It's a spider. He said, yo, my mom used to try to convert me to the witnesses. Then when they came and tried to talk to my mom used to try to convert me to the witnesses when they came and tried to talk to her. Yeah, them niggas will hold you hostage on your porch. Like, I want to go inside now, y'all, and drink some Kool-Aid. Can y'all go? But you got people that wait for them niggas. You got people that wait to fucking debate them and shit. You go on YouTube, you can find people debating them and stuff. You know, because they don't believe Jesus died on the cross. They believe he was like hung on a stake, like a telephone pole. You know, Christianity started with Christ 200 years ago. America was founded by Masons. Ooh, don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there. Antisocial Socialite podcast. Don't go there. White Masons too. What's going on, EB? EB in the place to be. All right, let's go. My bad, y'all. Getting carried away. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Let's get it. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go.
Status, temporary protected status.
Well, Margaret, but
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because
we're going to turn now to the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
The rules were that you guys weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by our own
Senator.
She trying to shut him up. The Trump side can never get a full, can come to a full stop. She tried to shut him up, and look, the other dude got real quiet. He started looking down. He couldn't even look at the camera no more. So basically what he's telling you, and he basically put it out there. Damn, blew up the spot. Yeah, fact check. Fendi fact plus tax. He's telling you that you can come across the border and go to we said a CVP or CP1 app and literally exploit a loophole. Literally exploit a loophole and get benefits as soon as you get here. Now, little Shirley said, I don't like Vance, but I think he did really good in this debate, Definitely won't. You said, Tim looks like a scared grandpa. Yeah. He reminds me he gave me Dick Cheney vibes. Yeah, there's a black pope behind this. Look, all of black people's shit is locked away in the Vatican. Niggas ain't gangster enough to go storm that Vatican, and probably won't even realize what the hell they reading if they did. All right, let's go.
Describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
We want to have. One app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan. So let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing.
Muted them people's mics. That's crazy.
Housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would
Right, little Shirley. Yeah, the Vatican got their own little army. Hell yeah. They're like, oh yeah, you can come try to get these old ass books if you want. You can come get these little scriptures if you want. The funny thing about the Vatican too, that I was told is that even like the popes and the monks there, they got to get clearance. They got to get clearance to go to certain levels of the Vatican's to have access to certain things. So they got to get clearance also. You said not race-wise, Kuda, but symbolically, there's white clothed people and a black robe pope. Yeah, but I mean, they kiss black statues. They literally kiss black statues there. If you know about the pine cone, you know about the pine cone. And I think that's where that picture. There's a very old picture, but you can Google it, of Mary and Jesus. And they're black. Now, it's not to make it a race thing, but I'm just telling you, all of that shit is damn near in the Vatican. And then also in Europe, if y'all never been to Europe before, they got these Moorish black pieces of jewelry, but you just got to know, you know, what you're looking at, that they trade around in Europe. And people are spending millions of dollars on these pieces. These is real jewelry, and it's like blackface. They're like amulets. It's the same thing out here, but it's different out here with the type of jewelry and stuff they have out here. But they're trading them for millions of dollars. And then also too in America, I keep forgetting if it's .net or .org, but you can Google it. And I keep showing y'all this website. I can't go into it because YouTube don't like that. That's a no-no. But type in withoutsanctuary.net or .org. They change it all the time. But go to Without Sanctuary and go see these actual real postcards. These cards that are very much a part of American history that gets traded in America. And they got black people being hung on them. And the date, who did it, lynch mob or whatever mob, where they got strung up at. These cards sell for thousands to millions of dollars in America, especially if they're authentic. And people have preserved them and have taken pictures of them and putting them up on the internet at Without Sanctuary. And that's American history. Now, don't go over there if you ain't somewhat black pilled or ready to see some morbid shit. All right. Little Shirley said, anyone who reads the Bible knows Jesus is black. By the way he's described, it's just xenophobic white people that decided he's white. Yeah, with the dark history. Yeah, with the hair made of wool and all that other stuff. But the thing is, though, every culture has their own Jesus. You know, Indians, what they have, Krishna, and a whole bunch of other different deities. Like even the Indians, they have Krishna. You got Yogananda. You got all these other different people. The Buddhas and all that other stuff. Everybody got their own version of Jesus, right? And then also on top of that, if you look at the Greek gods, there's many of them. Then you go look at the Buddhas. There's many of the Buddhas. You got the skinny Buddha, you know. You got the, you know, the smaller Buddhas. You got the fat Buddha. Just kind of as much as the Greeks had a whole bunch of different gods. A lot of y'all didn't even get, like, some of y'all be watching Dragon Ball Z and shit like that. A lot of y'all didn't even get the Buddhist reference with Majin Buu. Majin Buddha. That shit is like in plain sight right in front of your face. Go look up Piccolo's garb. Piccolo was a Moor. Not Piccolo. Yeah, Piccolo was a Moor. My bad. Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo was a Moor. Now, all Moors ain't Muslim, but we'll get to that later. Piccolo, I ain't gonna lie. Piccolo represented another type of niggas, I think Africans. And in a weird way, the Saiyans, it's weird, man. I'm not even going to get into that. I'm not even going to jump off into the Dragon Ball Z thing. But it's just another reiteration and story of the Monkey King being told. You know? Yeah, Piccolo was my boy. Yeah, what's going on, Link? Gotta get that body count down. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Hit the like button. Support the show on the way in. Yeah, Piccolo. Yeah. Goku was a deadbeat dad. Let me stop.
Would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure.
There is some truth to what he's saying, but they're trying to put the toothpaste back in the tube when it comes to Americans. Listen to me. Definitely, it's a testament of being settled in and where you're at. But you're actually very smart and smart as fuck to look at a house as an asset to be traded or a business. Or a source of income. Because I'm going to tell you the truth. The veil's been pulled back off of the eyes of Americans, and we understand what things are now, or at least should have somewhat of an understanding of it. It's better for you to look at your house that way, I would say, than just sentimental or for sentimental reasons, because this is the thing. Your kid will fuck around and sell your house when you go. Okay? If you get sick and fall behind on the payments, what do you think the mortgage and the government is looking at your house as? Yeah, get you out, get somebody else in. It's a business. It's all a business. Remember a couple of years ago when the pandemic started and Bank of America was like, yeah, we could get you into a house, and that APR rate was up, and it was like, it's an obvious trap. And people have to get on YouTube and explain it to you like, no, that's not a deal. And Bank of America was pushing it. They were like, yo, it's a great deal. Horrible deal. There's people in them deals right now complaining. No money down. We'll get you in all you pay is the closing costs. Mad as shit. Baltimore, right? In Baltimore, they don't even really want you to put no money down like that. You got these abandoned row homes, right? These old, Victorian, these old houses, right? They just want you to fix that shit up because they don't want to fix that shit up. And eventually, down the line, they're gonna finesse it from you and go sell it to and then go make some money. Sat up there and build up real estate, rebuild the house, get the copper put back in, fix the windows, do the insulation over. Some of those houses, like I said, they're old houses, but most of them got this conversion. Get a whole new electrical system. Oh, you said Biddy molted last week? Oh shit, she getting ready for fall. Getting ready for fall. How's your dog? How's the doggy? I have a friend out here that has a similar type of dog like yours, little Shirley. And at the cigar shop, and he passed away. His name was Goose. Goose. We called him Goose. He ended up getting hit by a vehicle. Man, that shit fucked me up. The sad part is that this is why I don't watch movies like I Am Legend and all them fucking movies with Air Bud and all them fucking movies, because I know they're gonna go after the damn dog. I'm like, God damn, I don't want to watch that. But the dog passed away, and I'm not gonna lie, I felt like out of everybody out here, he was the only person that understood me. That dog would bark, greet me. Yeah, Goose passed away, yeah. That shit fucked my head up, man. I'm just now thinking about it. My bad, y'all. All right, let's go.
Sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness.
He's a big dog, too.
In that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before the.
Those big dogs, little Shirley, like the one you have, man. They are big sweethearts. They're the big fur ball, big old sweethearts, man. Those dogs are. Those dogs are good dogs, Very good dogs. Very, very loyal pets. It's sad, but let's go.
This law went into effect. As far as the housing.
Yeah, they're like a huge bundle, man. Those are some good dogs.
I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis. Prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit. We have one in Minnesota. Reduces childhood poverty by a third. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it. It would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do. We'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best. More people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit.
I like how he can come to a full, complete stop when he talks. But Vance can't come to a full, complete stop when he has to speak.
By $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it, because she's been the vice.
Yeah, I think him and Kamala read off the same teleprompter. like he memorized what he was gonna say, and then
president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies, and what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%, open the American southern border, and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now, not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So
Little Shirley has a whole reservation at her house. Like, she can supply a PetSmart. Honestly, that's actually smart. You can make a lot of bread. People need you to pet sit, or you talk to I wouldn't say like a zoo, but like like another care company, and they send you some spiders and stuff like that to take care of for like 2 weeks and shit. That's dope. It's like, oh my God, you're the only one. You're the only one that knows how to take care of West Scandinavian trapdoor spiders or some shit. And it's like, damn. She is qualified. Yeah, she got a full sanctuary, but it's not even a sanctuary. They're having fun. They're having fun, They didn't have to be rescued and shit. You surely got competent spiders. When you start running an actual sanctuary and shit like that, you gotta handle spiders with PTSD and all kinds of other little ailments and shit like that. Her animals are well behaved. That shit crazy. Yeah. LinkedIn. That's LinkedIn. And then they got a new website that y'all got to get on top of called Threads. LinkedIn and Threads. But you want to know what's the best way to advertise? Show them how you treat your spiders. What you do, because Shirley got a lot of videos, just tutorials and cage cleaning and stuff like that. So, people that are interested in that type of business, they probably or have already watched your stuff, but they just didn't know you offered those services. So,
When people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say, look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle-class and working-class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back.
What is the American dream, though? People just want to live. What is the American dream? We're going to bring back jobs so you can get up and go outside. No, actually, people want a day off. What the hell is the American dream at this point?
back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about
Right, like how the hell? Yeah, day off. What is that? When the last time you had one? Right. You too busy on your day off working. Yeah, it's not to starve or be homeless, right? American dream can pay rent and enjoy being alive. Yeah, you gotta definitely, try to at least live. You can't even really, you know what I'm saying? Enjoy the, like, niggas be having cable TV and shit like that, and the TV be watching itself. You can't even enjoy the fruits of your labor. What's going on, Jacksonville kid? Peace to you, man. Hit the subscribe button. Let's get it.
Said this. I've made a note of that.
Support the show at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. Kamala, oh, that's funny as hell. Kamala Harris is Satan for Donald Trump is for you. It's for Satan. Donald Trump is for you. Like little Shirley said, what is a day? What the hell is a day off? They need to redefine the American dream. The old definition is no longer relevant, right? And nobody remembers it, little Shirley. And then this is the thing, because I had to fry up a Gen Zer the other day because they tried to troll us and say, oh, well, nobody left us nothing. All of the generations have been getting poorer and poorer and poorer and poorer. They have to now worry about Generation Beta and Generation Gamma or whatever the hell is coming up next. Them the people they got to lie to and try to sell them American dream. But guess what? The world is going to be completely different by then. And then honestly, I'm not even going to lie. Gen Z really got to sit back and be and see all of that shit get pulled off. I would even say that the mask of the American dream was fucking pulled off before Gen Z's. Yeah, Generation Alpha. I thought it was Beta, but okay. So Gen Z grew up not knowing what the hell the American dream is. They're not really thinking about the house with the picket fence. The whole model is fucked, to tell you the truth. Just the model is fucked. So they need to pull the veil back over people's eyes. So what do? Get immigrants. Hate to say it.
Yes. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted.
Yeah, the boomers absolutely got the last of it. You can sprinkle in a couple of Gen Xers. They probably got the last of it. But those are like the embers, Yeah, $10 gas. What's going on, UFO Kamikaze? Kamikaze said the fewer days you take, the fewer days you'll get. Right.
National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years?
Yeah, but how is it fair that those people, shout out to my truck drivers, shout out to my teachers, or like he said, or whatever. Those are the people that's keeping the world running. Why are they not being paid how they weigh? Y'all not paying them the way they need to be paid and giving them days off. Why are teachers complaining? Why are truck drivers complaining and going on strike? They don't even get... You talking about some... How is it that you pay taxes and Donald Trump doesn't pay tax? First of all, how is it that they're not getting paid the way they need to be getting paid and taken care of? Yeah, what's the point of going home? Home is storage, actually. Your home is an expensive storage unit. Nigga don't even spend 40 hours at home.
In the last year as president. That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it.
Honestly, I gotta blame the people for that, though, little Shirley. Because think of it like this. If everybody, because you can work for somebody, but what I'm saying is that if everybody looked at themselves as a business, which they are, you can negotiate that. They take advantage of you. Notice when you go apply for a job, they're really nice, and they give you coffee and water and like, so yeah, everything's flexible. When will you be able to work? And then they start telling you when you're going to be working. You give them your availability, and then a motherfucker start doing the schedule, and you be like, hey, I said I'm off on Fridays or whatever. And it's like, well, if you don't come in on Friday, you're not going to have a job. They start telling you when you're supposed to be working. Right? And if people look or ran themselves as a business saying that, hey, I am Sandra, I work for Burger King, but I don't work for Burger King. I am Sandra. My name is my business. And I'm collabing with Burger King, offering my services, which is helping them out on the register, helping them flip burgers or whatever, helping them do this, that, and the third. And I will be contractually here for this amount of time, for this amount of time. And also, since I am a business entity collabing with Burger King, I need to be compensated for the money that I spend driving down to this motherfucker. I should be able to write this off on my taxes. I handle raw and frozen food. So I also should be kind of not fully, but regarded as a vendor. So I should be getting certain benefits. Like niggas don't even negotiate. Like, even if you're like a part of a union and stuff like that, that's kind of the fucking route they take. And they barely ever negotiate. People need to negotiate. Because technically you are a business. Even the kid pushing those carts, he's a business providing service to another business. you know?
And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2. And I love them very much. And I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look,
the more money you get, the more they're going to tax you. You got to learn the loopholes. If you make $1 million, they want half that motherfucker. Half. The hell I'm going to give you $500,000 for? Did you help me? Did you? And you want to know why you really can't listen to black people on issues like this? Because as soon as a nigga gets some money, he go Republican for the most part. Which is ironic. Then get mad about people and shit. Yes, when you work your ass off and make some money, you want to protect it, even from taxes. That's another, that's a secret inflation. Did I tell y'all about that meme that I saw with Robin Hood? You know how Robin Hood takes from the rich and gives to the poor? It was this meme where Robin Hood, I guess, took from the rich and gave to the poor. And the poor dude was like, gee, thanks, Robin Hood. Now I'm rich. He said, now you're what? Triggered. So the poor wants to become the new rich. And when you get there, you don't want to be taxed. Hypocritical. Much. But this is the thing. Most people don't even want to be rich. They just want to be comfortable.
We produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a gross generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on healthcare then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you, Margaret.
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot, I will get caught up in the rhetoric, but being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends.
He going off into the woods, man. She asked him, she was basically asking him, why didn't the fucking timeline line up? Why didn't she's asking him why the timeline didn't line up. You said you were there then, but how could, okay, never mind.
Ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier, or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
Hey, yo, she didn't give a fuck about what she said. She said, yeah, that's nice, but yeah, can you answer my question, sir?
And see.
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this, so I will just, that's what I've said.
Didn't give a fuck about that.
So I was in Hong
awkward silence, y'all.
Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in, and from that I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate Donald Trump unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you...
Ooh, you a little messy little bitch. God damn. Ooh, why you ask that man that?
Regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open.
How are you going to ask the other man a little question and then, where were you? A little softball question and then now turn to him and start asking him and then start asking Vance this extremely loaded question. and try to cover it up like you're being fair. Asking if somebody was somewhere versus asking a question like this is two completely different things. That's crazy.
And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but
yeah,
I've also
lying about the stolen valor, but you're not gonna bring it up as stolen valor. They're just gonna say he's lying about a historical event.
been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done
That's a good answer. Hell yeah.
so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the messages from 2020.
Yeah, he immediately addressed it. And he said I was wrong. Hey, now.
I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration in the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of
Ain't got nothing to say to that, huh? Yeah, he did his thing.
reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not.
They're giving them $750. Damn. Well, we giving Ukraine $1 billion? Oh, okay.
Not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in.
Man, all them people, fuck that. All them people fighting for their damn lives trying to pay their bills, man. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Running a good show today. 4 hours and 46 minutes into the madness. Oh, nobody got time to sit down and think about certain shit. Niggas trying to pay their goddamn bills. A bride in Texas is... No, a bride in Texas is not. She trying to figure out if her fucking boss is gonna let her take her damn paternity leave and if she gonna come back to a damn job. That's what she worried about. She won't just get replaced and then they tell her, hey, we don't need you anymore. You can go take care of your baby.
And the medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather.
Ooh, chill out, sir.
Those are horrific.
Watch that word now.
Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child.
Now, I believe that women should be able to make their choice. That's their body, that's their choice. But putting them in charge of the fraternity stuff, that's amongst each other. That's gonna be a big ass problem. Because a lot of women don't agree with each other, and a lot of women don't agree with how each, like, people be really thinking like shit is like one size hat fits all type shit. You know what I'm saying? And women will be quick to tell another woman like, yeah, that's your body. My body don't work like that. This is what I got going on. So they don't even agree with each other when it comes down to a lot of that shit. And then on top of that, right? Like I said, I just don't like that, the A word is being used as birth control when there's 30 forms of birth control out here. You know what I'm saying? So that's pretty tricky in and of itself. But anyway,
that's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about healthcare. In Minnesota, we are ranked first.
Thank you, little Shirley. I got you.
First in healthcare for a reason. We trust women. We trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight. And I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican.
Shout outs to Link, bro. I seen it coming. I seen it coming, bro. I seen it coming. What the hell the Weeknd said? I seen it coming, baby. I seen it coming, bro. I was like, hey, get the fuck up out of here real quick. I seen it coming. Shit. Oh, my 2 eyes. I seen it coming, baby. You said Waltz need to read the Constitution. The feds have no authority if it's not spelled out in the Constitution. It's like it's going to be a hard time getting him to read anything, y'all. You said back out just for a second. Laugh out loud. The way he talks about how he has differences with friends but finds ways to overcome them, that's vice presidential. I seen it coming, baby.
Who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro.
Shout outs to Forrest Gibbs. He said, Tim Walz makes a lot of claims that just aren't true. Someone can't, he said, someone who can't tell the truth is a dishonest person. Hey, I agree with that, Forrest. Now, Forrest, did you subscribe to the channel before you hit the poll? Let's go back to the poll, y'all. Link said, man, fuck that. I can eat a meal. I can eat a meal, sometimes enjoy being alive. Okay. What's going on, Devin D? In the motherfucking place to be. Devin D done put some lines under his goddamn name. He's like, listen, you're gonna know my name, Devin D _ You said, my fellow conservatives never notice why men are getting. Oh no, my fellow conservatives never notice why men are always getting there. Jesus Christ, I can't. Jesus, my eyes. My fellow conservatives never notice why men aren't getting married or having children, but they always there for women. But they are always there for women. Shake my head. That's true. And a lot of people actually want to ignore that type of stuff because you want to know what they chalk it back up to, War Master? The red pill. And the crazy thing is that men were going monk mode and celibate before the red pill. You know? See, they need people like us that are around to tell it and stuff like that. Actually, men going monk mode and all of that shit before the red pill technically was the wall of silence. The reason why they subscribed to MGTOW and all that other stuff, more and all that SYSBM and all that other stuff, was because somebody had to explain to them exactly what they were doing and why they were doing it. You know what I'm saying? And they were like, oh, okay. Yeah, you know. So instead of saying, hey, wall of silence, I'm MGTOW. I'm a MGTOW monk. You know, that's what they would say. You dig? Shout outs to Devin D. Yeah, y'all hit the like button, support the show, y'all. I can almost guarantee that other former presidents have top secret documents in their possession, but it was Trump. It was Trump. So now, so throw the book at him. Yeah, remember Hillary Clinton? Yeah, the government doesn't like monk mode because they can't do the same thing women try to do for men, get money out of. Responsible men are more important than responsible women. And I feel sorry for a lot of women because a lot of women don't realize it, even though, I mean, it's in front of your face and you can tell, but some people hide behind it to get their reckless behavior off. They make a fuckload of money from irresponsible women. You know, they make a fuckload of money from irresponsible women. Those insurance companies are in beds with the hospital. The hospital. All right. Shout outs to the 425 votes here. Damn, Trump is winning unanimously. And these nuts is still whipping Kamala's ass. People will vote for these nuts before Kamala. That's crazy. Hold on, let me make sure I got this right. Yeah, Kamala is 1% behind these nuts. Damn. Y'all hit the like button, support the show, y'all. Now, shout outs to Devin D in the place to be. Let's play 10 more minutes of this. No
abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard.
Titan.
For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance.
No, Titan, you just got here, bro. I'm gonna tell you some real shit. On the last show, there was a lot of Kamala supporters here. So I gave them the opportunity to say, hey, all right, treat this like the poll, vote for Kamala. And Trump still won. And this is not me just pushing Donald Trump. I'm playing devil's advocate. I really don't have a horse in the fight. But I would vote for Trump. Better to go for a known evil than a new one. So.
But Nora, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families.
Why'd you lose?
So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest.
I do vote for Xbox. We getting War Masters slowly but surely migrating over to Mobile Legends. War Master was like, nope, nope. Slowly but surely, we're gonna get War Master to migrate over to Mobile Legends. Let's go.
Teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that?
Shout outs to Journey. Journey said Trump 2024. You know? And it's crazy. I mean, you know, like I said, you know, a lot of this time around, you got people that went down to the poll 3 times to vote for Trump. All right. You know, you got a lot of sisters that's like, yeah, I'm not falling for this again. We need this man back in office. We'll figure it out. Let's go.
First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think,
That's
whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric, and that's why.
What's going on, Cap? Pregnancy is risky. The feminists are always telling us. Yeah, remember? I'm not gonna risk my life for that baby. Yeah, the feminists definitely tell us. Hell yeah, right.
I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But how?
I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business.
He looked like one of those dudes, like when he actually gets mad, he just resorts to he does a call to action. Shut up, Vance. Shut up. Like he just turns into Vince McMahon. Shut up. Vance McMahon, shut up. That old rage is funny as shit. Shut up.
Business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget. Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
All right. Well, there you have it. What's going on, New? Waltz isn't mad at all, but some people need to exaggerate. Titan. We get it, bro. You're voting for Kamala. We get it, bro. God damn. God damn. We already talked about the bankruptcy earlier, bro. Like you're late to the party and a dollar short, bro. Like we already talked about all of that stuff. We talked about it. We talked about it already, bro. That's been handled already. All right. And y'all, I don't understand how y'all are so busy pocket watching Trump. Y'all just don't understand. Y'all don't even understand how bankruptcy works. Like he basically did that to keep his assets and hide money and stuff like that. It's called a loophole. You know, it's called a loophole. When you're rich and you can sign things over to a big ass building that's piercing the sky in New York City, you can make a lot of shit go away. You can make a lot of shit go away, bro. God damn. Make a lot of shit go away. America is a business and shit like that. You know, it's like you got niggas that keep taking their eye off the sparrow and shit like that. You know, you gotta relax a little bit, y'all. Y'all gotta figure out how shit works, okay? America's a goddamn business. And just because people don't care about where you can ride your horsey, that doesn't make them bad people. Okay? So we get it. You're voting for Kamala, bro. See if she can do some stuff before she gets out of office or whatever she's doing right now, man. Yeah, a whole bunch of businesses and people filed for bankruptcy. Like this ain't nothing. This ain't nothing new. They seen it coming. They seen it coming, baby. Oh man, listen, y'all be safe. Thank you everybody that hit the like button and supported the show. We will be back tonight or later on this morning for you guys. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button. Let's look at this poll real quick. Donald Trump wins at 62%. Kamala and Cornel West are the lowest at 3% and 17%. These nuts is going to be vice president at this point. All right. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda. We out. Peace. And thank you to everybody that hit the like button and supported the show. I appreciate you guys. Let me know what you think. And let me know what y'all want the next show to be about. Y'all want to do some more balloon pop shows? Oh my God. There's a couple of them. That I gotta run by you. We're gonna get War Master to download Mobile Legends. Just wait on it, y'all. Shout outs to Jay Green. Shout outs to Devin D. Snake Pit, man. Stick around, man. Definitely, I will start gifting wrenches to, you know, what's going on, new? Yeah. Y'all better play Mobile Legends, man. It's a good fucking game, man. Don't sleep on that. All right. It's Player Talk Radio. Some people are still dreaming, y'all. It's Player Talk. Peace.
Concepts of a plan. 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 Plan.
He's a rogue, all right, notorious for his flamboyant lifestyle. Flashy clothes, fancy parties, fine women.
Are you his daughter? No, I'm not. When I worked here,
know how this works. I'm Kamala Harris, and today I'll be showing you my old John.
Wow.
Yeah, Mickey D's. We all love a Whopper.
Did you work at this location?
No, but